Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back. Well, firstly, not welcome back because my mic is far as hell. What's going on? What's good? What's happening? We are back here at Snarecasting NB. Today in Europe, in Europe. We're going to be seeing whether or not the Viking GG can find themselves being able to qualify for the ESL 1 tournament that's coming up. So, how it's going to be working are 3 games they have to win. 2 best of 1s, and then afterwards they win a young best of 3 that will qualify them to a close qualifier, which will then allow them to try and qualify for the main tournament later on in June, I believe. So quite a big deal. I also believe that the tournament itself that's going to take place is only going to comprise of teams that aren't at the major, so kind of lost opportunity to get yourself some prize money right now. So let's hope that the boys, the Viking gang, that they can do this, they can make this happen. So let's go, let's do it. Viking, they are fresh off of a victory now. They're in Pinnacle Cup, so I want to see them continue that momentum. They start off with the Tiny for themselves. So lots of versatility for the hero, but most likely this is going to be the Tiny for Boom in the mid lane. IRR respond by going for Grimstroke Morphling. Grim Morph. Double shotgun, good times, good. Viking in the meantime go for the out. By the way, y'all, so I got a new ring light, so I need y'all advice. Let me know. Let me actually start a poll. Give me a little bit of poll. Pop it. So I got this new ring light, right? And I want to know which temperature y'all prefer on it. So this is, let's do. Well, this is right now what we're on. The setting we're on is the hot setting. Cool. No, wait, that one was warm, and this is cool. Hot, warm, cool. Which one do you prefer? Personally, I like the warm, but you can tell me for the hot. Warm, cool. Hot, warm, cool. So staying on hot, because hot is awesome. Let me know what you think. Let me know which one you enjoy more. You see that Viking GG having gone for this ET pick. Lots of team fight for them, still needs to be built around what they have right now, but their pick off potential is absurd. They even have the ability to reliably kill the Morphling. If you ever have the ET spirit on Morph with Tiny about to jump him, lots of damage can come in a very short span of time. So very easy in those circumstances to bring down this Morph. Well, it still depends on what else you have in the drop, because Morph is Morph, as we all know.
If you win this game, I will be very proud.
IRR
Let's go.
Stop jungling, let's push.
As well as the lifesteal. And Shad is not getting any of his heroes. Feels bad. Clockwork snagged at the moment for side here. One of the best up and coming 4 positions in the meta at the moment. It's kind of crazy. Also like how much setup it is with the Clockwork to allow Morphling to get kills. Setting up with Hookshot, pushing the heroes back with the cards. Morphling is like, thank you! Nice in range for a shotgun block. Run now picked up for the side of Viking. Oof. The support duo, yo! This is terrifying. Celery, ET, Aramis Morana.
10 seconds.
Be just a bit higher, like volume wise.
5 seconds.
Got you, I got you. I think I know exactly what you mean actually. Second. Alrighty. How about that? How's that sound? You feeling that? That feels good? Sounds good? Part of the issue is that I've been spending too much time tinkering with all the settings, but the issue is that, you know, you always get it just right for how it sounds on your ears, but not necessarily how it's going to sound for everybody else. So it is what it is. Y'all know how we roll out here. This Morana pick, one of the things I love about Morana as well is that sometimes as Clockwork, you find yourself reluctant to jump in super fast, because if you open with the power cards, then suddenly you're the one that finds yourself getting arrowed, because you just set up this very nice narrow corridor to eat a full arrow. Still, though, Viking don't have that much set up for their more difficult to land stuns, such as the ET, Echo Stomp, and the Sacred Arrow. We see the Bloodseeker getting snagged up now by IRR.
5 seconds.
Okay. Bloodseeker should be offlane Bloodseeker, right? I can't imagine they want to put this into the safe lane with cancel play mid on the morph. We are out here. Part of this was the idea from Jeeves. I was gonna do it anyway, but Jeeves also pulled through. Good guy. The thing I like about the Bloodseeker pick in this game, it gives the team some tempo and pace. Double Rupture is super strong. But the only issue that I have with it is that it does leave the team very light still on overall team fight. They run at you, but what if you're strong enough to fight them back? And right now, Viking GG, if they get a hero like Mars or something into the offlane for Kezu, Mars, Centaur, either one of these things that can either break the combo, hell, even Tidehunter. They just need an offlaner who, once he jumps in and presses a button, it becomes difficult for the rest of them to fight on the side of IRR. They will keep that in the back of their heads though as they move into the final phase, having picked out the Medusa now to round out phase 1. The Shad Medusa. Yo, this ET game, I would love to be the Elder Titan here. The amount of damage buff you're going to give to your team, both Medusa and Tiny, are going to benefit so much from this natural order. Paradox, there are 2 slots, my friend. 2 slots are open, but you come in from different parts of the bracket. So we're in like the bottom half of the bracket. The teams in the bottom half is Viking, IRR, X3, Extremum, Hellbase Smashers, Chicken Fighters, Into the Breach, and Hellraisers. And then on the other side of the bracket is PugChamp, Cyberlife, Fantastic Five, Namiga, Windstrike, Smaracus, Cascade, and Brame. So one of those teams on that side of the bracket gets through. One of the teams on this side of the bracket gets through.
10 seconds remaining.
Brutal shit, yo. Brutal shit.
5 seconds
Ain't no game out here. We see Kezu's Centaur getting banned out because they know better on the side of IRR. I feel like you can't be playing against Kezu and letting him play Centaur. So what does he get this game? We literally discussed these 3 heroes. Either Centaur, Tide, Mars. The hero that's gonna jump in, press R, and the fight's okay. They have that now. Yo, this Viking draft is based. This Viking draft. I actually really like the draft that I'm seeing here from them.
10 seconds remaining.
Yes, and then from the closed qualifier, there is only 1 slot. Yeah, only 1 slot from the closed qualifier.
Choose your hero.
Everybody else is gonna be invited. The last pick on the Darkseer here getting put into the game. So this is gonna be the offlane hero. So it actually is safe lane Bloodseeker with Cancel playing the mid morph. I don't know about this. I don't know about this.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Like, the only bright spot about the draft that they have is that even though they pick Medusa for Viking, it is still possible if they get ahead on a couple of their heroes, in particular the Morph and the Bloodseeker, to run into the Medusa and fight her. That being said though, Viking have a lot to protect her with. They have a lot to put in front of you, make it difficult for you to make that kind of play, make that kind of push. I don't know, I'm really favoring, I mean, we're rooting for Viking, we're all here for Viking, we want them to go all the way, but I genuinely do think their draft is easier to execute as well. And right now, Dota2 is in this place that ease of execution makes a huge difference because agency is everything in the game. The team that can do stuff is the team that wins the game. So let's see what they can do. Viking GG taking on the side of IRR. Somebody was memeing in chat earlier that this is effectively the Cancel lobby waiting room, lol. So those of you who are fans of Cancel, let me know in chat. You're fans of the man. You think this Morphling is actually going to be able to do well? There's some problems. There are some problems. Of course, with killing these heroes on the side of Viking, namely their beef. If you look at their HP
Thanks
pools,
a lot.
the squishiest hero is Morana.
Stop jungling, let's push.
She's no easy hero to bring down either. And unfortunately, on the side of IRR, all the burst is situated on the Morphling. They need to get the shotgun this game, so I don't like it when you have to get shotgun to win out a game. However, if they do get that shotgun super early, then maybe they can try to use that to snowball. But Vikings draft, super easy to pull off, super easy to execute. So let's see the boys. Let's see them do it. 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 So here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Here we go. Early smoke up. Viking gang.
That is some illegal gameplay right
Maneuver
there.
that they pull all the time, right? Smoke. Head out.
That is some illegal
Potentially
gameplay right
find the
there.
first blood and secure positioning for 3 ways of getting the bounties. Oh snap. Big Jaeger fam, could you do me a favor? I actually forgot. Could you open predictions for us, man? Like predictions and bets. I completely forgot, like I blanked out from that.
Very cool, very cool.
30 seconds
This game here,
to battle.
as it starts to evolve, I do think that one of the big things that's going to emerge from this contest is whether or not we can reliably, and I do mean very reliably, right? It can't just be in a situation where it happens just once in a while, but they need to be able to reliably make use of Boom in particular. His movement on the map has to be stellar for the squad.
The battle begins.
There we go, game starting. For some reason I don't have audio though. Really bizarre. What happened to my sound? So you see the game merging as this bottom side of the map. Whole gang on the side of Viking. That is one of these lanes where they want to control and put pressure onto this Kezu as soon as humanly possible. Ah, okay. So one second, I found where my volume went. Oh, there we go. Much better. This is one of those lanes where Kezu needs to do really well. He's the main combo breaker for the team. Obviously, Boom from the mid lane. He's the one that's going to be supplying a lot of the damage. The same is true of Cancel though. So if they do win this game on the side of IRR, it's going to be almost exclusively due to the efforts and the abilities of this Morphling to bring them back into a good position. Hold on, I quickly need to re-enable the sound because it just died now. And there we go. Boom. This is a matchup that you don't really win as Tiny. You trade even as much as you can, but Morphling should be the one that's favored overall and coming out ahead in the situation. And in the top lane, Shad. Not much pressure to apply towards the Medusa as Darkseer here. In Darkseer, you just try to get your farm. You just hope that the Mystic Snake doesn't steal away too much of your mana, but overall, not too many concerns about this early game. It does seem like it's just going to be a farm fest for most of the lanes. The one place where that might be different is bottom. Here is potential for quite a bit of action. But everywhere else is just chilling, man. Just hanging out. Taking it easy. Kezu getting to a point in this game where once he hits level 3, I think you can start like sort of leaving him alone. So 2 points into the God's Rebuke, life gets pretty fine after that. Also fairly difficult to run him down even if you throw out the blood, right? Because he can just spear you back. So even if he does get silenced, he doesn't wind up in actual danger from the Bloodseeker. Early game, CS Rise right now is favoring IRR. Does seem like their draft needs the early game to go better. Like, I don't really want to see Bloodseekers and Darkseers playing catch up, if you know what I mean. Celery though, top, oof. Just force out the young Surge from Waiter.
Radiant structures are
Bottom, we actually do get the first blood. Okay.
First blood.
So I was expecting it to be happening bottom, but still like an idiot
That is
at the
some
camera in the
illegal
top
gameplay
side of the
right there.
map. Feels bad. Either way, them pulling off that first blood does mean that Speedy has to play a little bit more carefully in the bottom lane now. Avoid moving too deep into the pathway of Kezu. The thing is, you have to remember, any one of these stuns connect from the arrow or the spear, immediately follows up with the other one. Top lane now, we do see Clockwork throwing out the battery assault onto Celery. They wanted to find the kill, but unfortunately for them, once you are inside the power cogs, Doxia can't get inside there to add his own damage, so
Didn't see that coming, did you?
ET should be perfectly fine. Won't mind too much having to walk back because they can't actually get aggressive onto the Medusa in the meantime. That means that this hero still keeps up all her farm, still keeps all her experience. In fact, gets more of it by herself. So you are A-okay with everything that's happening right now. Dad? A little battery assault coming in from Desire, and Desire now might regret this. Echo Stomp from Celery, not available just yet. They only have natural order, but still a lot of damage that Desire is like, yeah, I think I should leave this area. Natural order sucks. Very surprised we don't have the point into Echo Stomp at level 2, but ultimately it doesn't really matter. Gonna stack some camps for the Juicer to farm later. Yeah, ET versus Morph, the old classic. Where at some point in this game, Cancel is gonna be out here, enjoying life, living the vida loca, and then the Spirit's gonna get on top of him, he'll get jumped on and die in 3 seconds. It's gonna be awful. Cancel. In the mid lane now, he does pick up these raindrops to make sure that there is no harass potential really available for Boom anymore. And Cancel should just focus purely on getting his farm up. Power trades. Is this an E-Blade game? I think so, right? Because Speedy needs to buy a Maelstrom, S&Y, these kind of items. So I think as the Morphling, if this was like Somnus on Team Elephant, he would go for the right click build, like straight Mark of Madness in this game. But, you know, then again, maybe mimicking the mid Somnus build on the Morphling isn't the way to go right now, considering recent results. See the tiny, smoke up. Hey, young DK! What's hood, fam? What's hood, fam? Are we following the base squad, fam? We got you. Waiter. Gonna be a jump potentially in the top lane. Aramis was able to bring down the Grimstroke again, but Boom, unfortunately for this, there's nobody to actually help him get this kill. So this ends up being a movement that goes top for no real benefit. Simultaneously though, Aramis does manage to pick up that kill bottom. This lane bottom is going better and better and better. Yeah, sure, you have Speedy able to get the same amount of farm, but I'm much happier the fact that your off laner has the same net worth as the opposing safe laner than vice versa. And we've seen the kind of games Kezu can have when he's able to get off to a decent start without having to spend time catching up in the jungle, where he can just sort of explode on the map and open up space for the rest of the squad. I think that's when Viking plays the best. So I hope for the rest of the qualifiers they ensure that Kezu is off to the best start humanly possible. Celery. This actually might be a problem. Wow! Look at the damage that came out onto the docks here. They do end up losing the Elder Titan. Clock will end up living though, thanks to the power cogs buying enough space, so Shad can't close the gap.
Tower is under attack.
But my goodness, Darkseer, Waiter died so quickly. It's like a few seconds. So much damage. Viking GG was able to pull it off. Would have been nicer for them if they got both, but Shad is still like, well, I'm involved in a kill, uninterrupted in the top lane. This sucks. This sucks. This is very dangerous for IRR. Letting a Medusa get off to this good of a start, and having that happen in the same game where Kezu is off to a very good start, really does feel like Cancel on this Morphling is going to have to do the Lord's work in this game. Yeah, getting invaded in the jungle right now, and they want to try to kill him. Oof. Desire does not connect with the power cogs, but they still manage to pick him up. Double ion shell. The vacuum to make sure that there's no escape. And the big deal for me is actually not killing the Morphling, or the Medusa, excuse me. At this stage of the game, whatever, you lose Medusa, it is what it is. But the fact that they took away so much of her farm, so you also prevent her from accelerating even when she does respawn. Accelerate, getting ran down again. Man, Clockwork, man. Clockwork dogs here, what a duo. Iron Shell with Battery Assault. Speedy wasn't even needed for this one. There might be a fight regardless, Kezu. Can he find a target? Arena only connects onto our Clockwork here. And they take out the power cogs. Do they have enough damage to get this kill? They actually don't. Without getting that spear, Desire can buy enough space. Right, Speedy drops down the Blood Right, and they have effectively created an escape route for the Clockwork. That was very nicely done because it also draws in the movement from Kezu. The first time he's off map from the bottom lane. And to make matters worse, first commitment of the arena to get them literally nothing. Speedy and the gang now want to post up and try find a way to bring down the tier 1 tower top. Don't have the fastest pushing lineup. They're going to have to rely on major creep skipping here. They want to see Dragon Wave to come in as well. Crystal Reed, the first blood was for Viking, comment. This can happen, but it's actually going to require both cores to be here. So you can get more efficiency on the map right now as Viking. Like Boom is still posted up middle, the jungle's being farmed up by Shad. Opposing jungle down bottom is being taken by Kezu. So even though you're going to lose a tier 1, you're doing this in a more efficient manner right now. In terms of the resources accrued on the map overall. In fact, they might be able to find a kill onto this Grimstroke. Oh, they didn't launch the arrow. If they'd launched the arrow immediately there, it would have been a kill, but they will be content with picking up a tier 1. It's gonna be a heads up trade. Speedy grabbing the one top. The Tiny will be the one to finish off the tower bottom. Actually goes the way of the overall Dire. Here's smoke coming in. IRR. Hook shot nicely done by Desire there. They end up finding this Mars, but can they kill him is the question. It's gonna be an arena they dive in from with the Morphling waveform. He's still not dead just yet. They have Boom also in the offing. They brought down the Mars, but it does cost them both Clockwork as well as the Grimstroke. Will Cancel get brought down here? Rupture onto Aramis. Can they burst him? Yes, they can. Adaptive strike from Cancel. Cancels his life. They find themselves picking up the second kill down bottom. Absolutely worthwhile there for IRR to get Kezu in the meantime from this, and we'll be very happy to be able to pick this one up. Boom, also give him more damage onto Speedy. Speedy, will he die? One more right click, no! Cancel, waveforms in, steals the tiny form, able to take away the avalanche toss. Nice toss back into the allies. Oh, he actually killed Speedy. Speedy stuck around.
That is something.
He thought he was going to be able to help getting the counter kill onto Boom. Boom though being chased down by Desire. Avalanche will also be there. Hook shot will not land. Rocket Flare, buy some vision. Can he find the angle? Really wants this? Doesn't get it. Does not get it. Does not get it. And Peter, I got you. DK at the disabled link share, sorry fam. But I got you, I got you. You should be able to see that one. Fam, on the world, so streaming one day, a Russian game, and yeah, let's just say it was a good idea to disable the Viking, from the set of circumstances that happened bottom, if Speedy hadn't died, it would have been perfectly fine for IRR, but losing Speedy makes things terrible. And now they're about to lose their Darkseer as well. This entire bottom half of the map is no longer playable. Like, you just can't play here. You don't have any vision, really. You have the one sentry on the high ground, but no wards that are plopped down in such a way, for example, this ward, to let you know, hey, don't play around this area. So, I think you just abandon the tier 2 in the bottom lane. The thing is, I think they're being somewhat suckered into fighting as much as they have been, because they're nowhere near ready in terms of their items. The progression from Viking, they're fighting with 4 while Shad is not involved at all, just farming away in the jungle. Even bought a hand of Midas for himself. And, oh, they find Aramis here. Aramis Leap away. Boom. Jumps in. Avalanche. There's going to be the ET. The wall drop down as well. Waiter going to be the first one to fall down here on the IRR side. Having them seeing the kill happen onto Aramis first though. Cancel. Short little waveform. Blink dagger forward from Boom. Gonna toss him back. Echo Stomp will be there. They've caught him. He's most likely gonna die here. Spear towards the wall. Do they have the damage to kill him? Absolutely. ET right here with the level 3 natural order. They are able to find the kill. 2 core heroes will fall on the side of IRR. Viking GG. Another successful fight this time around. Choosing to involve Shad on the Medusa. That's going to be further acceleration for the hero. Miss Snake Lady herself. Further and further ahead at the top of the farm echelons here. This is really problematic. They're starting to slip behind on pretty much farm on all the core heroes here. Boom, boom, nice jump. Oof, wow. Alright, Grimstroke, bye-bye. Can they get the cross kill though, is the question. Arrow flying forward, it catches out onto Cancel. Cancel's in so much danger after Echo Stomp as well. Do they have the damage to kill him? Not just yet. They do lose Boom inside the power cogs, which open up the space for them. Spear of Mars puts Speedy towards the tree. They manage to get that kill as Cancel getting a bit too fresh. Maybe this is not the position you want to find yourself in, my friend, as now there's going to be the Echo Stomp. Sacred Arrow follows that up. They have the damage to kill the Morphling. Viking GG stand their ground. Yeah, sure, they lose Boom, but gain so much more in return. 3 heroes fall on the side of IRR and Viking GG. Further solidify their lead. Shad finding more damage and more farm. And other side of the map, actually, there's going to be a fight inside the arena. Desire. Use the hook shot, will end up dying to the Spear of Mars. There is going to be Speedy using the Rupture onto Kezu. Blood Rat dodged by all of them. Speedy, though, runs headlong against Celery, but Boom is there with the Avalanche Toss. Not enough damage to kill the Bloodseeker just yet, so he can get the kill and get out to safety. In the meantime, though, they do lose the Dogs here on the higher ground. Revenge is picked up by Vyacheslav. I think Revenge is also going to be picked up against him, but they can't find the angle with Cancel rolling in through middle. Viking GG will let discretion be the better part of valor and rather retreat. They got the bigger prize by bringing down the Dogs here, so not a big loss for them by deciding to get back to a safer place on the map. Man, it feels like Cancel hasn't actually picked up any net worth. How long has he been hovering here on the 6k mark? D-Lance into E-Blade is going to be the build for our Morph, but oh, what a rough game. Been so difficult. But that's what happens when you play Morphling into Elder Titan, man. When you first 2 Morphling and ET is not banned, guess what's coming? Zaya. Rocket Fair thrown forward. They get the hook shot out onto Celery here. I don't think there's a forced off just yet to try and get him free. Boom. Jumped in. We'll get the Avalanche Toss out onto Desire, and they should be able to bring down the Clockwork. So, a 1-1 trade thus far. Arrow doesn't connect. Waiter spends a precious second dodging it though. We also see Aramis chasing down Vyacheslav. This should be a dead Grimstroke. I have no idea how he survived this, and you don't. Because Boom will run you down with the Avalanche. Securing that kill, and they're not done just yet. This Kezu doesn't have Blink Dagger, so he can't catch up to Speedy, who lives up to the name, will stay alive. But yeah, Cancel just getting nothing on the map. By the time he gets this E-Blade, consider where the Medusa's farm going to be at that point. She's going to have BKB, potentially having the Skadi already. And it might seem far-fetched given how much further she has to go until getting Skadi, but considering the nature of this game, her having the Pupil's Gift, Midas being in tow, would not surprise me one bit if that was the fate we saw. Cancel though, as long as he keeps his nose clean, stays out of trouble, then he should be able to still get this item in a decent timing. Yeah, there's gonna be another game. Yeah, so there's more best of one. So it's gonna be this best of one, and then the winner of this plays against the winner of Extremum and what's that team called? Extremum and X3, and then the winner of that game plays against, you know, that's the last game. That's a best of 3. So there's one more best of 1 after this, and then a best of 3 later. So at least 3 more Dota games after this, potentially 4. Viking in the gang. He will smoke up.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Seeing where they can make some good moves. Oh, Kezu comes across both cancel as well as the Grimstroke. Doesn't want to commit just yet with the ultimate. Hookshot will come in. Boom. Immediately jumping in before the power cars can come out to burst down Desire. With both him as well as Yacha's Love dead, the 2 supports can no longer support the team. Haha. So map control will start to get lost. In fact, Speedy, does he survive top? Yeah, he's fine. Woo! Celery doesn't have yours or anything. Speedy, what are you gonna do, fam? Does have the Maelstrom getting BKB, but still needs the full recipe before he has BKB. If he had BKB right now, then I think it's a very different story about the game. Oh, cancel. Cancel got arrowed. Boom's gonna jump him. Boom's gonna kill him. Oh, cancel. Didn't get a chance to start morphing up before that hit. Now Speedy trying to jump onto Kezu. They already popped the rupture. There's gonna be a vacuum though. With 3 heroes caught inside this, Kezu pops the arena. And the wall does do a decent amount of damage against Viking. They have to back themselves away. But cancel brought back. Why? Cancel. What's happening? Oh boy. Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy, oh boy.
Dire's middle tower is
Isn't with that, they kill Kezu, but with cancel buying back, are they really gonna try and force this push on the tower? This feels like a dangerous proposition. Yeah, Baroda. This is BO1. For everyone that doesn't know, however, nice pause. The qualifiers for this, how they work is that one person gets to qualify for the main tournament. That one person is determined by the closed qualifiers, and those closed qualifiers are determined by 2 direct invites and 2 open qualifier invites. The open qualifier invites in this case will be decided today. In order to qualify, you have to win 2 best of 1s and 1 best of 3. And then you should be good to go. Viking already looking very, very strong to win their first best of 1 for the day. Yes, Baroda, they might be on low. Baroda, I would go as far as to say Team Spirit and VP are the only good teams in CIS. Like, as in good tier 1. As in, yes, that's a very good team. We'll see how they all do at the major, though. As Force will be coming up.
Thanks, guys. Thanks a lot.
Pause. Let's see if they really do want to make this push. Boom, gonna just jump onto Desire, and they've already burst Desire down. Cancel trying to steal away the double damage rune after using Avalanche Toss stolen by Boom. But thank you back here. They see Shad has also shown up. Viking GG doing a great job of defending this tier 1 tower in the mid lane. So even though it's 20 minutes in the game, they still managed to keep this up. Arrow flying forward. They really want to find a follow-up kill. Celery sees that this Grimstroke is amulet toggling to get himself back to safety. Will be able to do so.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Tier 2 in the mid lane, almost fated to fall here with this next creep wave push. They're gonna try and delay this, of course, as much as they can with rocket flares, as many strokes of fates as possible, but the damage from Shad will not be denied, and eventually it's gonna be enough. And now Desire, hookshot, getting both Kezu as well as Celery inside of the power cogs. They've already burst Aramis elsewhere on the map. Unfortunately though, that hookshot, there's no follow-up from the rest of the team, so they just end up losing the clockwork. They did end up using the Stone Gaze, and Arena of Blood with Stone Gaze was used a little bit badly in conjunction with one another. There's going to be a wall drop down now with the fighting enough to kill Kezu. Chad though is still at full HP. Cancel on the backside of the fight was able to burst down onto the ET. Medusa unable to fight both Cancel and Speedy, with Cancel having a double damage rune, so she will end up falling. And though Boom was able to take out yet another support, it still means, oh, Boom, oh my goodness, no way, Boom, Boom,
That is
Boom,
some illegal
Boom.
gameplay.
Activation go.
All right,
That is some illegal gameplay.
that fight looked like it was certainly going to turn in the favor of IRR. first big fight of the game for them, where everybody who matters survives, both Speedy as well as Cancel. But boom, having none of it. This Observer Ward doing the Lord's work. He's allowed him to pounce back in, get the kill, and honestly save his team the game somewhat. Not because the game was going to start being lost immediately afterwards, but consider how good it is that despite them being able to get a very good fight with the Morphling involved until the very end, he still dies. So we still don't have the E-Blade. How on earth is this possible? The prediction is actually going to come true. Scotty with Manta, not Manta, with Midas, BKB, Dragon, Lance, all before Morphling has anything more than one D-Lance himself. And he was still so effective with that fight with the double damage rune. Imagine if he had the Eagle Song already. Imagine if he didn't buy back in that previous fight middle and had the bonus gold for the Eagle Song. Feels bad, man. Dota 2, truly a game of margins. Right now, definitely a game of regret as Viking GG still stay ahead. Chad did die in that fight. It was massive that they were able to bring him down even once. But that was one of the few fights where Viking were really badly set up. They'd used all their spells quite haphazardly. So what happens in the next one when IRR aren't getting that lucky anymore? And even though they got lucky, they still end up losing Cancel. Man, game is hard. Cancel gonna get this E-Blade. Let's go, y'all. Let's go, gang. They're gonna start smoke up as a crew. We've seen that there is potential for them to take a fight, but usually it does come with Cancel having more damage like the DD. I would have been happier if maybe they had Aghanim Scepter already from the Doxia, but without it, it becomes a bit difficult. Desire jumping in. Oh, yet again, two heroes inside the power cards here. Celery gonna die very early on. He's still alive for now. Arena of Blood jump back in by Kezu, and they still keep Celery alive with Machad jumping in damage on this Medusa. Three heroes are falling almost immediately. Boom. Slowing heroes up, stunning them around, tossing them hither and fro. And Shad. The damage that came in from the Medusa and the Tiny. My goodness.
Tower has fallen.
An absurd amount of deeps that came in. Yet again, Boom was able to just get targets on the back of the fight. It's a huge problem that we keep losing this Grimstroke so early on. And with him gone, all three dead. Roshan opened up.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
Kezu, man, that Blink Arena was so sick.
That is some
Even
illegal
better than
gameplay
the
right
hook shot that we saw from the Clockwork. That fight could have been a disaster. Like, imagine, there's two heroes called, vacuum wall on them. It's perfect, but Kezu shows that even perfection. Sometimes you can make zero mistakes and lose anyway. Baroda, so the reason is that, I'll tell you about it in a second. Desire tries to go in with the hook shot, gets blocked because the team was aware of what's happening. So they should be able to get the easy kill there. Boom. Gladly will walk away with that one. And they want to try potentially die for Cancel. I don't know if they have further vision of him right now. Nah, they don't see him.
Tower has been denied.
They should still find somebody though, because Speedy... Yo, you're gonna have to pop BKB, my friend. Unless Boom doesn't want to chase you. Looks like Boom is like, meh. What's the point? Dad. Trying to Stone Gaze cancel to cancel out a TP. Won't be able to do so. Just gonna be a TP out. I think Viking, they draw the line. They want the tier 2. So, I, effectively, I'm like much closer to Anarchist than I would be to a Communist. However, there is a Communist that I know, one of my homies, who calls people, I know, like in South Africa, people call each other comrade a lot, like especially older South Africans. There's a lot of political history with connections to the Soviet Union in the nation. So, a lot of like the older people that I know that I'll talk to politics about, they'll often use comrade as a greeting tool. But the main thing is that there's a friend of mine, a comrade of mine, law, who I've learned a lot from, and he's a communist. Like he wouldn't describe himself as a communist, but every time I hear him talk, I'm just like, dude, come on, fam. But I've learned a lot from him, and it's just sort of a habit that I picked up from him. of calling the people in life comrades, you know? Because ultimately, whether you like it or not, whether you enjoy this fact or not, we are in this together. So even if you don't believe so, you're my comrade until proven otherwise. Viking attempting to force their way up onto the high ground here. Shad happy to go for a slow push here and cancel. Easily killed. There is buyback available on everybody except him, it seems. Except for him and Speedy. That's the worst thing in the world. Him and Speedy not having buyback is pretty much game losing. Now final fight, Desire jumping in to try and find Kezu. Arena popped in by Kezu catching both Desire and Whirl again. Speedy able to bring down Celery at the very least, but the right click damage from Shad. Able to get a kill out onto the Grimstroke. Speedy fighting inside the base with the Marana. Will they be able to get the kill onto the Marana? No, they will not. Instead, they just lose Dogs here outside the base. And Desire able to port back into the base. Buybacks will come in. Extremely expensive fight though. As with Celery being back online, yet again he's the first one to fall on the side of Viking, but he doesn't really care. Back in the fray, Shad on the high ground. Morphling did get gold for buyback during this fight, but you would be hard pressed to find a Morphling who would be happy about buying back twice in the game before 30 minutes. Yeah, that's kind of the point, brother. That's kind of the point. It's a little bit of a synonym of friend. Basically, yo, if I don't call you comrade, then you know that we're beefing for real.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
Cancel. If he gets caught with the arrow again, he'll get bursted. Maybe stay on higher strength, buddy. But not that it matters all that much because Celery... Oh, they're actually going to be a tossback. Boom. Getting Speedy outside of the base. There's going to be a Rupture triggered out. Blood Ride as well. They're trying to chase down Speedy. They won't be able to do so just yet. Kezu, magnificent arena. Catching both Cancel and Waiter. Waiter going to try to abandon his Morphling, but his TP gets cancelled by Celery. There's going to be a pretty big vacuum. Catching 4. Wall now. Drop down onto 2. They want to put some damage out onto Kezu, but it's not nearly enough as Shad pops the Stone Gaze from the low ground. Miraculously, nobody's dead just yet though. And Shad looks like he was actually a very reluctant participant in this fight. Speedy goes yet again being tossed out by Boom. They're like, cool, we don't have BKB this time around, fam. Let's go for another flying mission. With Viking 17k gold ahead. Experience closing in on that point as well. Yeah, this is GG. There is no hope. There's no hope. There's no hope. On the bright side, Cancel does have E-Blade. You know, he got it in the game. And he did deny the mid-racks based. But Shad can now pretty much just stand here. Have no fear, no regard for anything. Just picked up an Aghanim Scepter in addition to the shard that was attained earlier. Boom. Yet again looking for a target. Won't be able to find one just yet. They go back in. Cancel. With the tiny form on him. Desire hook shot in. They want to try potentially find Shad. BKB used by the Deucer. Jump in. Kezu finds the arena down onto 3. ET Splitter connects down onto Speedy as well. As Vacheslav, they've lost the Grimstroke. Desire and Speedy, will they survive this? Desire won't. Speedy cannot afford to die because otherwise it's a straight up dieback. But Cancel also does not have any tools to keep fighting. He ends up dying. He has buyback, but Speedy does not, as they call GG. Viking live up to the name. GG's in the title.
In this game, I would be very proud.
Grab themselves the dub, baby. Give me that dub. Give me that dub. Give me that dub. Feels bad, man. Feels pretty bad. Feels pretty bad. Oof. Got wrecked. Got stomped. Got stomped. Got stomped it. Got stomped it. That was not pretty, man. Yo. That was... Woo! Okay, yeah. So Viking GG have been playing a lot of Dota today. They just came from the Pinnacle Cup. Literally minutes before this series, they were in Pinnacle Cup playing out that. And now they have to come in, play this side as well, but they do a pretty good job. Fairly standard drafting from them for the most part, but at least for Viking. For the way Viking likes to play Dota, this is how the team often drafts, and the draft gets them the dub. So they are now in a very happy position, very happy with their lot in life. So who they playing next? X3 or Extremum? That game sounds boring. So let's check out how Best Smashers and Chicken Fighters for now. Yeah, they may play Extremum, but I have no idea who this X3 team is. Oh, it's Pikachu's team. Like Pio, Pikachu, Lost Hero. Okay, so some young Belarusians. This is bleak though. The fact that either Chicken Fighters or Hellbear Smashers, this could easily have been like a finals on the side of the bracket, but the fact that it's a round 1 matchup, whew, it's rough, man. It's rough. Also, one of these two teams is absolutely going to be the finalist against Viking. So whoever wins here is most likely. I don't see Into the Breach or Hellraisers beating whoever wins this one. And right now it's looking like it should be the Smashers, as big fight gonna be a call now to try and kill Stormstormer, but they just don't have the damage. Oh, Morph is fine. Morph is fine. What do you all think? Is this game winnable for Chicken Fighters? I don't think so. I feel like this game is definitely over. We need to pay attention to the game though, because like I said, it's very likely that one of these teams ends up in a situation where they go all the way, at least all the way in the open qualifiers. I'm not counting them out completely. I'm just saying it's highly unlikely. Highly unlikely.
I shall not report you.
Although Chicken Fighters, yo, Amara is keeping them in this game right now. He's actually forced them away from those racks. If he dies, then they probably lose the game. So they need to keep this Axe alive. Axe, will he die? Nope. Still kept up. Still kept up. Oh, you're actually gonna live. Dude, did y'all see this Axe? They actually held the base. This is amazing. Very expensive though. Plus like 2 buybacks. The life of the Ursa, not cheap.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Oh, no doubt. Now, in league play, no doubt that HR can do quite well, right? My thing is that very often when it comes to these like crunch time situations, I always bet on the team that is proven in a scenario of like, we need 1 game in order to qualify for the tournament or else we're screwed. And for me, I think Hellbear has proven that they are that team. Chicken Fighters have proven that they can be that team. Hellraisers, I think, you know, let's also say the region is a bit easier in CIS. Not in a bad way, just in a factual way. But we'll see, we'll see. I hope they do well. I hope they do well. Give us something entertaining.
Down you go.
Are they actually gonna win this game? Nah, they won't. They lost Snapfire now and Tofu. I'm looking at how long Tofu's dead for, and then I realized that was a dieback. So they probably just get the next Roche. Oh wait, they don't, because it's a 2-minute respawn. My god. If they win, it's gonna come down to Amar doing amazing things on the Axe. It's possible, no doubt, but yeah, it's hard. Also, y'all will be interested to know, for the sake of trivia, that Viking was the first team to win, followed shortly by Windstrike. So if it came down to it, similar to like Season 2 lower division of DPC for China, where map timing comes into effect, then we'd already have a very good idea of which teams to expect to do quite well today. Smashes. Catch this Axe. Remember, this is a dieback. They cannot afford to let him die, but Rasmus gonna catch him with the hoof stomp. Mystic Flare follows it up. And Axe is gonna end up getting brought down. Stormstormer gets the kill. Sure, they lose the Grimstroke for this, but whatever, dude. Who cares? We'll take this any day of the week. And the Grimstroke, the death didn't even happen here on top. Happened elsewhere on the map, and they're gonna end up bursting Supreme. Buyback is available from him. Jump in by Ace. He wants to try and find Shibe. Shibe, remember, doesn't have buyback. So if they killed him, it would be a huge problem. They're trying to run back onto Ace. Ace will lose his first life. come back now. BKB now down from Monet. No, it's just Poma. Lol. I'm just using Monet Ursa. Moni's Kiss is not enough to actually kill Axe. Ace is fine. Ace is fine. Centaur might not be though, as he's going to be left alone to tank all the damage. They drop down a tree from Era and bushwhack him towards it. Man, they're gonna be so frustrated. They're like, seriously, dude? Roche is still down? Are you kidding me? Chicken fighters. Gonna try pull up. Oh, alright. Nice 2 heroes searing chains. Nice quick burst onto Era. No availability of the hoodwink. Does buy back. They're now looking for Koma. Rasmus! Rasmus. What a hoof stomp. Opens up the space for Stormstormer with this haste rune to get himself a triple kill. It might not be done just yet. Supreme trying to get himself back into the base. Stormstormer, if he was able to steal the Ember form, might have tried to look for the slide chains. Not able to find them, however. Axe being kept alive is huge because now they still have access to Call to try and stall things out. And Call is the only thing that kept the top lane of Rax alive in the previous massive push. However, without this Ursa, lack of damage is going to be present, so they do find both lanes of Rax here for the side of the Hellbait Smashers. Poised to eliminate Chicken Fighters. Viking has already played, my friend. So we are now waiting for the next Viking game, which is going to be them versus Extremum. Okay, sweet. So Extremum just won their game. So I imagine that if we look here, we should see the lobby being loaded up. Yep. So here's what we'll do. We'll finish this game right quick. Then we'll take like a quick break. This game is not going to be lasting longer than 5 minutes anyway. We'll finish this one up, take a young breaky, then we'll come back. Besides, what can they do now? Like 31k gold behind, almost 20k experience. GG, dude. Very little you can do to claw your way back from this particular situation. They're gonna try though, one more fight. What do they have for this fight? They pretty much just have Axe. How do they think they were gonna win this game? Their team fight is just really rough. They have Axe to jump in, right? Era with Shibe. The execution is way too high here. Like, you want easy combos like Blink, Centaur Stomp into Mystic Flare. There we go. That's simple. Or Soul Bind, double Wraith Fire Blast. Super easy. We're gonna go now. Try to get this Axe. There's gonna be the Mystic Flare. Drop down onto the Ursa. Ursa falling very low. Damage on Stormstormer will force him away with the waveform. However, Chicken Fighters also falling very low on their Ursa. And as his BKB goes down, they feel probably best to retreat. Stormstormer will go home though. Doesn't seem like they feel comfortable going up the hill just yet for these Megas without having access to Roche. As well. Oh, actually they got the Roche, didn't they? Yeah, they did. Aegis is on Morphing. My bad. Brain's on vacay. Brave is out! What? What? No way. Cyberlife. Wait, wasn't it Cascade that played Brave? What? Cascade beat Brave? Are you kidding me? Oh my god, dude. Alright. Alright, so quick update. Cyberlife and PogChamp are still playing. Fantastic 5 beat Namiga. Windstrike beats Maracas. Cascade beat Brave. What? Okay. I feel like this game is done and dusted. So after this one, because Into the Breach beat Hellraisers, it's gonna be Into the Breach taking on the side of Hellbent Smashers. No way that they lose this. GG, well played. Wow. Okay. ATF. Amon gets a jump in, but there's not enough damage. They get the grab onto Era on the backside of the fight. They've already brought down 2. Rasmus with the hoof stomp onto the Axe. They steal the Axe form, and Stormstormer using Amon's tools against them, able to get the kill onto him. In the meantime, we see Supreme able to bring down at least this Skylight made on the backside of the fight. Koma though, trying to fight versus Ace and these Morphling illusions will not be able to do so. Getting ran down, will die right in front of the fountain. Shibe is trying to stay alive for a while longer. It's not going to help. The deaths will be filtering in. Amar dies and Supreme, for good measure, gets bursted by the Mystic Flare and they will be able to find GG. Wow. Not surprised about this one, but yo, listen. I see some of y'all saying to me that Brame rarely wins, right? No, listen. Brame rarely winning and Brame losing to Cascade. Brame rarely wins against your Secrets, your Hellbear Smashers, your Hellraisers, your Chicken Fighters. No knock on Cascade. But it's just to say that if I'm expecting Brame to drop a game after they've gotten off to a very good start, it's not going to be in the game versus Cascade. It's not going to be the best of one either. Normally they reserve those shenanigans for like game 2. So like they'll stomp game 1, look amazing, look shit game 2, then lose game 3. Or vice versa. Oh, okay, that's why they lost. Okay, never mind. So normally I think Brame relies on dropping at least one game in a best of 3 in order to be able to win. Sadly, no best of 3s just yet, so they're out. Oh my goodness. Well, with them being gone, that means that the big teams that are left, Hellbear Smashers, ITV, Viking GG, Windstrike. We'll see which one of them can make it. Obviously, we're following Viking, so we want Viking versus Extremum to go the way of Viking so that they go into the final BO3 of the night. But while that's being played out, I think they just have to wait for this game that's playing now. Once the Cyberlife versus PuckChamp game finishes, then they can launch the next round. And we'll have Viking GG versus Extremum. So, well, let's take a young break. Let's take a short, quick break. When we come back, some more Dota 2 here in the ESL 1 qualifiers. We're following Viking. We want them to win. We want them to get the W. So make sure that you're giving them your Spirit Bomb energy so that they keep going as far as they humanly can. So with that, we're going to be taking a young break. Meantime, make sure that you are following the channel if you haven't already. If you are here for the first time, come say hi in the chat. Greet us and let us know what you think about the games. And if you're having a good time, you're enjoying yourself, consider becoming a supporter. You can subscribe through Twitch. Get us to 150. We somehow got to 111 this month. Trying to get to 150 in 5 days. Highly unlikely, but let's see how far we get. So you can decide to do that, or you can become a patron through patreon.com or donate one time through PayPal. Get your name right here for putting out a donation, or get your name on the loading screen for coming through with a young subscription. All this help really goes, and like you have no idea the difference that this actually ends up making. It's what allows me to be bringing you the Dota 2 action pretty much every day. So shout out to all of you who've been supporting and helping to make this possible behind the scenes. I really do appreciate it. And also, if you are a supporter, make sure you jump on the Discord in the event that you haven't gotten yourself the bonus content that you are obliged to, because I want you to get something for your money. So with that, short break, we'll be back. Viking versus Extremum comes to this.
The skill of Shaolin, the special technique of shadow boxing.
Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snare Casting. I'm your boy Snare, eponymously named, and we're now going to be continuing with some ESL 1 qualifying action. We want Viking to make it to the top. Let's see if they can do it. They've already been able to dispatch their first opponent of the day, taking out the side of IRR. And interestingly enough, before they came onto the stage here to play for ESL, they were playing in Pinnacle Cup, and they've already posted up a positive result against Extremum. So let's hope they can do it again. It's double or nothing. Let's go. Extremum playing on Radiant side. Viking, they're on Dire. They have first pick on the Axe. Okay, this is gonna be a fun one. Thank God they banned Ancient Apparition. Thank God. Please. Tenelson, no, this is live, my friend. If I'm gonna run a rerun, I'll put rerun in pretty big one. Oh my. Extremum, Centaur, Shadow Demon gonna be the duo that they emerge with first. I really do like the Shadow Demon in a lot of these games, and I like the Centaur in addition with this hero. You can set up and retreat in very good ways. I think the main thing for me about having Shadow Demon in a game versus Axe is you have some kind of save. So if somebody gets jumped on, you don't want them to die immediately. For example, you don't know if this is going to be Axe with Skywrath Mage, which would be a pretty sick combination. So of course, whenever that's available, you want to have a save online. You don't know if there's an ET that's coming in from Viking. And you have so many unknowns, just pick up a save hero. Man, whenever I watch these European games, I always think to myself, man, I really sometimes wish they take more lessons from China. Leshrac! Pick Leshrac! So good! Hero's crazy, man. Leshrac or Baron, yo, yeah. Why not learn from the strongest region in terms of like what's working that side? Viking, one of the heroes, ironically enough, that they pick which works a lot for them is this Undying. I prefer Elder Titan for Accelerate, if I'm honest, for the most part. I don't really like the Undying as much as I like the Elder Titan. However, now you still have another hero that's going to help you boss and dominate the early laning phase. Tombstone, they don't really have good ways of approaching it right now on the side of Extremum. So if you position it well, the Tombstone tends to stay alive quite a while longer. Also, it's interesting to me how these cycles of Dota go around and around. We've seen Supernova fall off a cliff effectively as a spell that can be used to control an area of the fight. Teams have gotten too good of playing against that particular way. So Undying with Tombstone though, a lot less commitment. When you pop a Tombstone in an area, you can still heal it, and it still forces the enemy to have to decide, are we fighting around the Tombstone or are we running away? To be fair, Extremum do have Stampede, so getting away from the Tombstone is not the most difficult thing in the world for them. So Viking will have to make sure that whatever else they get for their team can still have more region of control around that area. Speaking of China, yo, if this was China, I would say this Axe goes safe lane and you still pick a hero like Mars. Imagine like Mars Axe with Undying. Insane amount of team fight. But it's unlikely that this Axe is going to be anything but the hero for Kezu to play in this game. Now Extremum. Ban Brood. Thank God, dude. Please ban Brood. Ban Brood more often, yo. Please, do me the favor. The right thing to do. Ban Brood. And I'm surprised that Viking take out the Troll. I haven't seen Troll as effective of late. However, I understand this. You do have Undying in the game. You don't want to have a hero who specializes in quickly taking things out being available versus the Tombstone.
10 seconds remaining.
From Extremum, what do I want to see next year? I think Shadow Demon covers the save. They feel a little bit light on damage. Maybe they're the team that goes for the ET. Then they run the Shadow Demon in the 4 position so that you get a lot of experience. A lot of damage can come out of like a farm Shadow Demon. So you get that going for yourself while still having the save, and then you get a hero like ET for the debuff. Or alternatively, you go for like Snapfire. Give yourself Morty's Kisses, already very good with Centaur. We've seen the Centaur Snapfire lane dominate, and you get the little Shredder to help you against the Tombstone of the Undying. So I actually imagine that must be the hero they want first, and then they'll decide what's coming next afterwards. Dinar, I'm from South Africa, comrade. I'm from South Africa.
10 seconds remaining. 5 seconds remaining.
What are we taking out here? I love how Viking just banning win conditions. Like no Luna, no Medusa, no Troll. If they could, they probably would have banned Morphling already.
Radiant team pick.
Extremum will decide to rather remove the Shadow Fiend. So where do we go here? Has seemed to be the case that the team that is picking out of ban phase takes a really long time to do it.
10 seconds remaining.
But this time around, that trend is bucked, and they're just gonna go for that Snapfire. I mean, we've literally discussed why, and yeah, good stuff. No problems here. Also seen the Snapfire Centaur being picked up together for a long time. Hey, I am glad that I can introduce you, give you a first experience of a South African accent here through Dota 2. Good times.
5 seconds remaining.
So where do we go now? Viking. We still need a little bit more lane presence. What 5 position do they want for themselves? I don't think they want ET now. Maybe they get Grimstroke. Is that still in the game? I don't actually really like Grimstroke with Axe because you don't get double spells, but it's effectively impossible to not get double called. And also, Inkswell with Axe is crazy. Gonna be the Mineska though. The Dank Willow does emerge. So we have often seen the Dark Willow picked up against teams that have Centaur. You drop down the Bramble Maze. It makes it a little bit complicated for heroes to flee through Stampede. But I think the crucial and critical thing is having access to follow-up stuns, some Curse Crown, some Terrorize, some Disable is available. Yeah, 2 Viking versus Extremum games in the same day. DP getting picked up here for the mid lane for Extremum. Okay. So mid DP. This is mid DP, right? I don't think they're gonna put this in the safe lane or do anything crazy like that. So Meloyo DP. This opens up now Viking the potential to play like Tiny, Puck. I think Boom wants to play these style of heroes. Storm Spirit. Yeah. Y'all aren't gonna believe me, but I literally was gonna mention Storm and Void Spirit next, but they got there first. Feels bad. If they lose this, then they just don't qualify for ESL. Moxie is very different now suddenly. On the bright side though, both me and Moxie have very luxurious hair, so it's all good. You still get the pleasure of viewing that. All they need now is just some final punch. I'm actually not convinced that they're not putting this Axe in the safe lane. That being said, I think if it wasn't a best of 1, then they might have said maybe let's try the experiment, but it might be too dangerous. So just play the stock standard. And even the bans that they're taking out, they're banning heroes that would go against the Axe in the laning phase. So it does make sense that they definitely will be looking for the shared hero lost. What can you play here? You want a hero that's safe, that's not going to get hard counted by an opposing pick. Ursa still in the pool, seems very good to me here. Great against the Centaur in lane. Later on in the game, one of the heroes that can give you enough damage to kill DP even through spells such as Spirit Siphon. A way to take Roche, which they don't have right now. Solid lane versus the Centaur. Yeah man, pick Ursa. If it doesn't get banned against them, of course. Extremum have quite a lot of reserve time at this point to decide what gets removed. Give themselves the best shot of going into the next round. You want to get to those BO3s, at least give yourself some breathing room. BO1s are scary. So also Nefrid is telling his team, yo, we don't want to pick like some anti-mage or something. Let's pick very simple heroes, use that to win the game. Snake costing everything. We out here. No, Moxie was costing the Brame games, but unfortunately Brame lost, so she dropped off and she was kind enough to host a homie. Thank you so much, Mox. Really appreciate it. Viking will go for the last pick. Ursa makes the most sense. for all the reasons we discussed. So yeah, don't really see another hero that they would have gone for except this. Very surprised that Extreme decided to ban Morphling though. I really don't see them picking Morphling in this kind of game.
10 seconds remaining.
I feel like the Morphling would be a little bit too slow for Viking to be happy with. You want a hero that could brawl a lot, like the Life Stealers, makes perfect sense. But Ursa, lots of brawling, lots of fighting. Extremum don't have a lot of burst damage themselves, so they're gonna have some difficulty punching through this Ursa, reliably being able to bring him down. What are they gonna get for themselves in the safe lane? I don't think they want to play PL. Maybe Terrorblade? Faceless Void.
Your hero.
What? Last pick Void, dude. Okay. Alright. 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 Alright, 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 alrighty. So we have the Chronosphere with additional damage coming in from the Snapfire Morty's Kisses, damage from the Shadow Poisons, damage from Crypt Swarm. We have Exorcism Ghosts that fly around, can also do damage in the bubble itself. Their team fight is really scary from Extremum. Morty's Kisses, Exorcism, Stampede, terrifying. That being said though, yeah, this is live. They did play this morning, but this is live for a different tournament.
5 seconds remaining.
Extremum do have the team fight advantage in a lot of the drafting. Like how they take these fights, gonna be extremely difficult for Viking to go into them, provided these ultimates are online. That being said though, I'm looking at those drops from Viking, and what I'm not seeing. Now I've been seeing win more Dota games than lose. So I've seen a lot of games obviously where the team with drastically superior team fight wins the game. But even in those games, more often than not, the team that has no cooldowns, look at this, no cooldowns, just permanent uptime. So Extremum, there's gonna be these periods of the game where Extremum feel really strong, and they're like, okay, we can take this engagement, we can take this fight. All we need to do is catch some heroes in our spells and they will die, and they'll be right that that'll happen. But Viking honestly can run into that fight, sacrifice some lives, respawn and say, cool, round 2, oh, you don't have enough for round 2, guess it sucks to be you then. So despite the team fight advantage of Extremum, I'm gonna go Viking on this one. Right now it does really feel to me like Dota is not necessarily in the most comfortable place for people who aren't going to be able to fight often, over and over again. And I think Viking's a better team, so let's see what they got. Let's see them rock. Let's see them do it. Game number 1 of 1. Loser of this gets kicked the hell out almost immediately. Extremum versus Viking GG. The head-to-head matchup between these two sides for the longest time has favored the side of Viking. However, we've already had some surprises in this day. Cascade knocking out the side of
If you win
Brave
this game,
Esports.
I would be very proud. Let's go.
Will surprises leap on us again here? Streamer obviously not feeling the most comfortable about this matchup given what happened in the previous series, but the previous series was the best of 3. This is just the best of 1. So if you can force out the game,
Come back to me.
then you still have a very good shot. And the thing is though, with their draft, they are happy at most stages of the game. The one stage of the game they're not happy with this draft is just early on. But as time goes on, this draft gets better and better on the side of Extremum. Question is whether or not they'll be able to get that time, because Viking, the heroes that they have do not promise peace. They all woke up and chose violence today.
30 seconds to battle.
Will really be up to Extremum to try and temper the Viking GG aggression. So them lay out an observer ward mid, wasn't scouted, so Celery can't throw out unless he's got like this feeling very Sixth Sense today. But I don't think so. Here we go. It is time. Game number 1 of 1 is starting. Viking Extremum, it's gonna be a standard rune trade, just 2-2 to begin the early game. This bottom lane, I'm very interested to see how it plays out. I really don't think Extremum can win if Void is not having a decent game. For a long time, sure, he's gonna be a chrono machine, just there to make sure that Exorcism Ghosts and Morty's Kisses land on their target. But if they have to be spending a large portion of this game effectively playing catch up for Nefrit, victory does seem quite complicated for Extremum. In general though, you won't be too sad because, yeah, sure, it's true for him that having to catch up is bad for him individually, but having to catch up on any of these heroes is bad for the whole team of Viking. So they need this laning phase to go well. Should Calamity befall them early on, things will not look good in their later portions of the game. So Shad and Celery here on top, they are playing up against the Blizzy Centaur with Chu, at least finding a D-ward on the Sentry Ward there, so they can make sure that they block these camps. Middle of the matchup, we've seen this several times, the Boom Shadow Storm Spirit versus the DP on the other side.
I think not.
And as usual with these Storm matchups, trade farm, trade farm, trade farm, boring as hell, so let's look elsewhere. Nefrit doesn't have the easiest time farming, but it's very difficult as well to imagine them actually killing him. I'm also fairly surprised with the configuration of these lanes. I thought they were going to put the Shadow Demon down bottom for sure, even with the Snapfire playing the 5 position here. Only because the Centaur Snapfire lane is just ungodly good. It's just way too good, so a little bit of a lost advantage I think for Extremum, but we'll see if they make up for it by having a better laning phase overall.
Steal your face.
Gosh. And so it begins, the annoyance. The thing that sucks about Faceless Void as well, you don't have the best right clicking in the lane itself, so sometimes it becomes difficult to get the battle hunger off of you in a reliable fashion.
Tower is under attack.
If you got a map, sorry.
Nefrit. No call just yet from Kezu, so no real opportunity. Oh, also, by the way, were you not all really happy with the change to the Aghanim's shard for the axe? My goodness, 10% on the proc of counter helix was way too much. 5 is manageable. I still think, honestly, I don't like that mechanic, but it's manageable.
Stupendous.
Top lane, they're doing a very good job of making sure that Shad is having a rough time getting close into the lane to farm against the Centaur. Chu is just harassing him constantly with the shadow poisons, disruptions there. So Shad has to play this lane very circumspectly right now. So if the Ursa slowed down, that means the importance of the mid and bottom lanes increases markedly, because now Boom, first couple of rotations, needs to be able to buy some space for the Ursa somewhere on the map. And as mentioned, they are trading farm middle. He's gotten a lot of CS from the side camps. He actually might try to get a solo kill onto Meloyo. Meloyo might die here. Meloyo got brought in. Boom, finds a solo kill there. Aramis is the one that gets brought down bottom. He gets a kill bottom for the first blood of this game. But my oh my, great start here for the side of Viking. Oh boy. Meloyo thought he was going to get Crypt Swarm again and have the mana to actually get the burst kill. But Boom outplays him. Oh my god, look at the Shadow Demon. Big plays, dude. Big plays. Alright, Chu. I see you, fam. I see you. Recognizes that he won't be able to prevent Storm from refilling bottles, so just denies it with the illusion created. Down bottom, Kezu and the gang, they managed to bring down G again. Oh boy. I think you swap now, right? Like, you bring the Shadow Demon down. Snapfire can go top. I don't think you need the Shadow Demon top anymore. Like, Shadow's at the point where he's gonna get us farm regardless. The only thing Shadow Demon is here to do is sort of prevent Centaur from dying. But now you don't have a save down bottom, which I think could definitely be useful at this point context of this game right now. Viking now have a 1k gold lead thanks to this kill that happened middle. The impact of Kezu and Aramis down bottom. And if Kezu's alone versus Void, oh, you could not be happier. By Ring of Health, getting the early Vanguard. Just force Nefrit to always be uncomfortable. Look how much damage he just took. He actually might die here. If they had the Berserker's Call still, then Aramis would have dropped Bamble Maze off the call. It would have been a potentially dead Nefrit, but it ends up not happening. In the top lane though, Shad able to bring down Blizzy. This is really bad. Tombstone was dropped down as they were trying to chase down Celery, and Shad now also able to chase down Chu for a double kill. 2 heroes down. They dive bottom as well. The kill I thought we were gonna get, call into level 2 Bramble Maze, ends up happening. And Viking GG. Just explode on the map. Boom led things off with the first core kill. His compatriots follow suit, and right now Extrema under pressure on all fronts and all quarters. And with now having to do things like, for example, moving G and Chu all across the map to support elsewhere, getting vision down, making sure they can refill bottles, etc. Now there's no one to help top. Oh, Metal might actually get dove middle. There's no one to help top, and there might not be anyone to help middle, but there's enough damage onto the DP that even though she popped ghosts, she feels can't really stay here on the high ground. That's really bad. You use the first ghost, you don't even get the tower down to half HP. Instead, the ghost will just expire, come back, heal you up. Don't really change anything on the map. The supports you drew towards you in order to make sure that you could stay alive means that Blizzy was playing alone top. Bought so much space for Shad, who already was starting to pull ahead after that double kill. And now is undoubtedly the net worth leader. Things falling apart in pretty much every lane right now for Extrema. Viking GG are warmed up, y'all. And Shad, enraged, top lane. Wanna try run down Blizzy. Blizzy taking so much damage, but Celery unfortunately is not a Dark Willow, so there will be no Curse Crown or Bramble Maze to try and slow down the Centaur. Blizzy will escape. Hey, Yonder Wild! Yande! Yande! Shout out, comrade. Thank you so much, man. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Hey. Yande pulling through there with the subscription. Be like Yande. Be like Yande Wild. What a legend. What a legend. We want to play that again because I actually just like that little animation. Hold on. Is it? Hey. Hey. Thanks so much, comrade. Back to the game now. Kezu, I've been using the time since picking up the Vanguard to just close in on the farm necessary to pick up the Blink Dagger next. The closer it gets towards this item, the scarier the map becomes for Extrema, especially considering that we're playing this in the context of a lane where Nefrit is going to have to do the dreaded catch-up. Any of my carry players in chat, tell me how happy you are to be Void in this game. Or at least right now. Easy answer is not much. Not much. Still not so bad though. Level 7 in front of the tier 1 tower. Chrono available. They haven't had this being brought down to try and get a kill just yet, but I think the big thing is that if they could find some space for G to get his level 6, because the delay on the Morty's Kisses is actually a substantial amount of damage that they will lack inside the bubble mouth. Because Nefrit doesn't have damage. There's not going to be damage coming from Snapfire. Like, unless they pop the ghosts, it's going to be the only real way that they have to actually bring the hero down reliably. Oh, and Yonder Wild, we love you, fam. For the support, you're out here. Faces Void. Gonna try and move to somewhere on the opposing side of the map, maybe head towards middle, but again, the big problem is there's no damage. G's smoke will break, and he's gonna try and look for some D-ward action here, but even if they get a chrono onto all 5 heroes, I struggle to see who actually dies inside that. Meloyol will pop the ghosts now, and all of them are stacked up middle. Ideally, you get the chrono with ghosts, and then you actually have a chance of killing heroes, but Viking also seem content to potentially let the tier 1 tower go, but not too heavy a penalty. Here comes the fight though. Nefrit jumping in. Chrono, is it going to be there? It does come out. Catching on to 2. Boom though. Jumping onto Chu. Bringing down the Shadow Demon. Aramis is still alive. Lord Shredder out onto Kezu. Kezu is still alive. And the Terrorize out onto the Faceless Void. Nefrit, is he going to die? Yes, he will. Boom gets a double kill off of this fight. And Mellow Ghosts are coming back, so there's no more damage available for the engagement. And Boom with the double damage proved to be the punch that Viking needed. They lose the tower, but they definitely win the fight. With the Sea Dragon looking to try and take the tier 1 tower middle as well. Big engagement there. Chrono seemed like it was going to be decent, but we just spoke about it. If there's no ghosts right on top of the Chrono, there's no damage. Literally no damage. Nefrit really tried his best, but what can you do? Hey, Kips. Doesn't this seem familiar? Aren't you getting a strange sense of deja vu right now? Oh boy. This game, Viking are now really far ahead. 4k gold lead, 11 minutes into the game. Shad getting closer towards getting this diffusal blade. Tier 1 tower is not going to be any threat. Won't last long. Will get taken down. And they have G inside the trees here, who does have level 6 now, but they'll need like a Centaur or something to be nearby, and Centaur has his own problems to deal with right now, wouldn't you say? As getting blasted down by Boom, who now reveals the Orchid in the top lane thanks to that soul burn. Removes the Centaur from play. Oh boy. No Centaur. More gold towards Boom. Closing in on picking up a BKB. I mean, having the 12-minute Orchid in a game where you also know that they actually can't kill you at least for the next 7 minutes, but they won't have the damage to do so. Damn, feels good. You love to see it when these core players actually buy the aggressive item in a context where they can get away with it. Speaking of getting away with stuff, Kezu, Blink Dagger I imagine was revealed as well in that top situation. They might want to try go for this again. I think Aramis does have a Smoker Deceit, indeed he does. So back up onto the high ground, smoke. And then they are gonna move onto the map and make hype happen. Oh, of course, Kips, of course.
Gold and sweet.
Smoke up. And Viking, they want to get a quick kill, open space on the map. Of course we're taking casuals today, Kip, so we'll pull through in the next one, right? Unless you're gonna join now. Jump in, Nefrit. This is so bad. Could a worse thing actually happen? They save him for a second with Chu, and they haven't actually managed to kill all these heroes just yet. 2 heroes find themselves still alive from the ganking squad, joined in by Blizzy now, and they actually get revenge by bringing down the Dank Willow, the Dank one. Okay, so no Dark Willow. That still doesn't mean that there's actually any space for them to do anything on this map. That play seems like whatever at the end of the day. Look at the gold trade, like Boom gets something out of it, Chu gets something out of it. The big winner really is Nefrit, because despite being the initial target of this gank, Chu finally shows his mettle and is able to throw out this disruption, make sure to keep the Void alive. If Void dies there in this situation, I mean, look at Nefrit trying to get closer to the Maelstrom, but still so far away from a position where he's happy about how this game is going. Whilst Ursa has finished the diffusal, Boom, first item picked up, the first component of the BKB picked up, and of course Kezu is just having a very free game on this Axe. If they can get this Hood of Defiance on Axe, then it's becoming really worrisome in terms of further damage, because Kezu is normally going to be the one that's found out by the Extreme team. He's the one that's going to be tanking the initial salvo of damage. And if they struggle to kill him, there's very little hope for taking out the rest of Viking. End up losing the tier 1 tower in the top lane though. Blizzy takes it out. Good job. Good job, Blizzy. Good job, Blizzy. Get to this Blink Dagger, fam, because your team absolutely needs a way to find engagements into these fights. Right now, they are struggling. I mean, I've been using Stampede as a form of initiation. And I never feel comfortable when that's it. It's like, we don't Stampede, we have what, Chrono and nothing else? Still though, Viking doesn't seem like they want to push the envelope either. They seem comfortable just farming things up on their side of the map. Kezu actually prioritizes having the Hood of Defiance over Vanguard. I can actually agree with this. I mean, look at Void's damage. Where's the right click damage to be worried about? So, rather go in for that item. That'll actually help you in this game.
If you
Speaking
win
of
this
Void,
game, I will be very
if
proud.
he reveals himself bottom,
go.
he is going to die. So, do not reveal yourself, so. Fortunately for him, this Observer Ward does scout out that Boom and Aramis are in the area. And Blizzy gonna come through to check it out. He's gonna be the one that gets sacrificed for this. And gets burnt down. Aramis pops the Bedlam, making sure they have enough damage to easily secure that kill. But still, it saves the lane from being taken and make sure that Nefret doesn't die. Unfortunate for him though that it does mean that he rotated bottom for pretty much no reason. So he has to go back still to die a triangle. Oh man, that sucks. I'm gonna be so happy to have this Maelstrom. Centaur finally has the Blink Dagger and also picks up the smoke for the squad. So they definitely want to try and make something happen as soon as humanly possible. In fact, they might want to try force a fight around Roche. Try force a fight and then go in for the Roche. Centaur. Can he reach Boom? Boom gonna get stunned up. Morty's kisses to follow this up. There's gonna be a silence from the DP and there's no save available from Viking. Easily able to follow up that kill. G. That's what we need them Morty's kisses for, baby. Ending the mega kill streak. Almost 500 gold picked up for the Snapfire. Ballin'. Life is good. Life feels nice. That doesn't feel nice though. How did that happen? End up losing Void top. Nefret gets taken down by Kezu and Aramis. Terrorize will also potentially send back the DP. It doesn't actually end up doing so, but the movement from Melio, there was a bit of miscommunication between the DP there and the Snapfire, so they weren't able to use the Fire Snap Quickie to cancel out the Kezu TP. Oh, now that's a trivia question. In a long time since I saw the old Maelstrom. I hate watching games like this where Extreme it's always sucky when you feel in this position, right? Where pretty much no matter where you go on the map, you don't feel like you can actually do anything unless you commit an ultimate of some kind. And a lot of them do have long-ish cooldowns. Frustrate your ability to play at the pace you want to. Now that they don't have ghosts, for example. Roche is off the table. A full team fight that goes into taking, for example, a tier 1 tower bottom or a tier 2 top go off the table. Gotta wait for that spell to come back. Boom. BKB being built up by the Storm Spirit will mean that the combination of spells that we saw earlier that was able to kill Boom will no longer be viable. After that, they'll have to always commit the Chronosphere from Nefret. Philosopher's Stone picked up now on the dire side, so give that, I imagine, towards the Dank Willow. I think Celery needs the Ocean Heart. Want this hero as tanky as possible at the forefront of the fight. And these best of ones are so scary, but you're still very close to a position where you could potentially turn the series around. Maybe for Extremum. They haven't lost anything that they can't do without. But if they lose this, that's it. Done. GG. And then Viking goes on to play the best of 3 to determine who actually gets into the qualifiers themselves, the closed qualifiers. Closed qualifiers. We're still on them. Do they want to smoke up again? It looks like it. Who's carrying it? Should be G. Oh, not this. Moving as a big unit here. They really want the tier 1 tower bottom and to force away this lane push so they don't have to struggle with having to constantly come back, defend the area, but more crucially, they have no vision of their own jungle. And that's a situation that cannot be allowed to abide for too much longer. Chad. Gonna get scouted out by Chu. We haven't actually looked at the build of the Ursa in a while. He finished the BKB. Diffusal finished once the Blink Dagger after picking up the Morbid Mask. And I think they probably know that a ward was placed down, but not interested in warding missions. They want to go and take Roche. Yeah, it's a Roche play. They're like, sweet, if they're on the other side of the map playing on Dire Triangle, awesome. Time for us to go Roche. Do Extremum know about this? They're pinging out this area. Kazoo jumps, finds Meloyul. This is bad. This is very bad. They've gotten the Aegis as well. Meloyul now in a lot of danger. Curse Crown will be dodged out by the Yule Scepter, but the Terrorize hasn't actually come out just yet from Aramis. Boom jumping in with the BKB to the back of the fight. Wants to isolate this Faceless Void. Make sure there is no Chrono. Nefrit prevented from engaging in the fight so far. But Shad now tanking all the damage from the Ghost all by his lonesome. Will end up losing the first life. Now they have to try and retreat from the side of Viking GG. Morty's kids are flying forward, but Shad, BKB activated. And with the Bramble Maze, as well as the Orchid, they are able to get the kill onto Nefrit. The DP follows into the grave. Kezu with the call directly onto Blizzy. Will ensure that Blizzy can say hi to his compatriots in the fountain. Are they done with this chase just yet? Chu does manage to TP out, so he's going to be A-okay. Everybody else, though, will for Viking GG. Another successful fight. Sure, they end up losing this Aegis. That is a bit of a concern, right? Chad did just go like completely by himself into the Ghosts die solo. That's pretty terrible. But oh, they also actually just go ahead and kill G. G was one of the few heroes that survived that fight. Managed to get down bottom and
that is
stay
some
alive.
illegal gameplay right there.
But Kezu's like, nah fam,
That is
nah
some
fam.
illegal gameplay
I'm gonna
right
chase you and kill you.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
I call it the Dank Willow. There's like certain hero names that are just much funnier than the better ones, than the normal ones. Like Dank Willow is cooler than Dark Willow. Pop of Pain is better than Queen of Pain, even though it's somewhat tautological.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Some spells as well, right? Who calls these things Mortimer Kisses? I'm not that professional. Morty is throwing out the damage for us. No. Darkseer. Darkseer is not Dank at all. It's only Dark. Meloyo. How? How does this keep happening? How is Meloyo alone? This is the second time in this game that we've actually seen in front of this tier 1 tower in the top lane, Extremum having a core hero who they can't afford to lose. The first time around it was Void, now it's DP. In this position, there's nothing really to pick up from this side of the map. There's no tower that can be reliably defended. Because if they kill you, they're going to take the tower, and now they've killed you, so they're going to take the tower.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
Oh boy, oh boy, oh boy. Kezu. Be building into his Manta style now. Complete the complement of items available from the hero. And Extremum go for another smoke gank, but I don't know, y'all. It's really problematic for me when they can't even find these fights that they're going for. They'll find Kezu. So here's a kill. That's something. Not nothing. They even use Demonic Purge to make sure they have the damage. But Boom also comes in. BKB popped as well. Looking to try and find a target. Terrorize. Sending back Nefrit. And they haven't been able to kill him just yet. But here comes Shad trying to burst him down. Won't be able to do so though. He time walks away. Turns around with the Chrono. Ghosts are flying out. But they just don't have any damage. Now suddenly, with all the heroes being frozen, Extremum, thankfully for them, on the side of Viking, the Chronosphere not only caught the DP and the Ursa, it also caught out the DP and the Centaur. Excuse me, not just the Storm Spirit and the Ursa. But DP gets caught, Cent gets caught. They neither of them can move, so they're just in prime position to take the follow-up damage. Yeah, that happens. That happens.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, big Chrono. Very big Chrono. Very, very big Chrono. A bit too big, but big chrono. Now, tier 2 tower bottom. Could not be that much longer for this world. Shad. The only hero to die from that last engagement is Kezu on the side of Viking. So, look how much gold was actually picked up by these heroes. Absolutely no way of keeping this tower alive. Shad is going to take this bad boy down. And what do you do once he gets Basher? It's already difficult enough to actually try and play these fights against the bear. But once Basher is online, it in effect becomes impossible. In principle, you can still win this game, but given how far behind you are, a Void's about to be doubled up on net worth. Also, we really do see that Void tickles. They all just tickle. They were inside a full duration chrono, ghost out, BKB's down, and still took virtually no damage. Nefret also caught again, killed again. Boom was the first one to sniff him out. In the face as Void finds himself getting taken down. Feels bad, feels bad, feels bad. Boom. Nothing bottom to try and find Melio here, and I think they should have the damage. Soulburn was gonna kill him anyway. Kezu finding the jump onto the higher ground. They should be able to catch out this Shadow Demon of Shu. Woo! Yeah, okay. Okay. I feel like this is pretty much all. Alright, this is pretty much all. Viking will also actually isolate Blizzy. Yule Scepter coming in from Aramis. Is he gonna solo kill a Centaur? Yes, he will. Aramis, baby. Veil, Yules, and level 2 with the Bedlam is good enough. You see now? There was a chrono inside the base. 2 heroes with BKB are chronoed, but it looked like that might have just been a chrono to save Nefret's own life.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Oh god. With no chrono, they'll still have ghosts, and they take out the Snapfire, this Undying Tombstone with the Snapfire, but Viking, 21k gold lead. How do you actually lose this game at this point? And just spam out these Axe Illusions in lane. Top is being forced installed by Shad.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Full Abyssal Blade, not too far away from the Ursa, and now you just wait for the next Rosh.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
And the thing is, even if you do decide to just wait for next Rosh, even if it's a max respawn timer, there's no way in hell that Extreme get big enough in the next few minutes to actually be able to contest against you in a fair fight. So you can afford to wait and hold. Just be patient. Although they're still prepared to fight if need be. But they do not want to press the envelope just yet on the side of Viking GG.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Nefret at least gets Jesus Christ. 28-minute SNY. Alright, can somebody please find the stat for us? What's the latest SNY purchase on Faceless Void that still won the game? Does get fortunate enough to pick up a Titan Sliver almost immediately afterwards, so that's also going to help out. So the status resistance is going to be fairly compounded. That's quite nice. Still doesn't give him the damage though necessary to win out some of these fights. Viking are really just going to wait for the Rosh. That's all they want. It's going to be a 2-minute respawn, fairly long. But Viking, under no real pressure at this point in time. Boom, picked up a Bloodstone. Having this with the Orchid and the BKB, man. So strong on the Storm Spirit. Also, I love the fact that at the level 20 you got the Vortex talent. Like, sometimes we do see the Remnant cooldown, but here he recognizes that we can get more Vortexes out, especially onto heroes like Nefret, onto a team that has access to Stampede. reliably increases our chances to get hero kills. Streamer also are aware of the importance of this upcoming Roche, because if they lose out on this Roche, yeah, there's no way they can defend the high ground. On the bright side for them, they still do have all 3 lanes of racks. They haven't actually lost those. So we still do have a game that can go favorably for them. Look, if this game goes another half hour, then Nefrit gets really scary. Pretty terrifying. Net worth 24k, experience 32. So let's take a look at some of these young neutral items available. Shad sitting with the Elven Cloak, or the Tunic rather. Here's with the Titan Sliver. That's unfair. Celery actually did go rather back for the Philosopher's Stone instead. And middle. Ooh. Was an initiation there from Blizzy, but doesn't actually find a viable target. Nefrit really wants to chrono someone. Let's see which team's going to be aware that Roche comes up first. As Roche is going to be up in 5 seconds, but Viking also has smoked. Try and find a fight. Oh, they can actually see Roche respawning. LOL. LOL. Free shot, baby. Oh god, that's so sucky. If they can try and still force a fight anyway, then they can force Extremum away from the pit. But Aegis cheese shot for free. Chad gonna get the shot. Boom's gonna get the Aegis, and the cheese will go to the Ursa as well. Now zip up onto the high ground. They're looking for the Shadow Demon. Shadow Demon might be a target here, but Blizzy's gonna be the first one to die, having been pulled in by Kezu, and now they get the kill onto the Shadow Demon. Nefrit fighting against the Axe. There's gonna be the Chrono drop down with Morty's Kisses. They should be able to bring down Axe through this, but at the same time, they do lose Melayo, brought down by the Ursa. Nefrit dies too. And despite getting a decent chrono this time around, it is 4 for Nords, and G, at the very least, makes this a team wipe, giving up his life in the process. Boom will kill him. Unstoppable streak. GG, well played. Woo. Yeah. 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 Well, Viking. Okay. They pull through with a very strong victory there. Definitely looking like the team that is favored in this particular matchup. Yo, honestly, real talk, I think that this draft from them is perfect for how they play Dota. Second draft in a row that they picked a draft like that. And very often when you do pick these style of heroes that fit perfectly into what you want to do as a team, into your team identity, results like this happen. Also, we spoke about the requirement from Extremum to do okay in the lanes, not get ran over. Viking. Woo! Yeah, Viking, man. Viking. Jeez. Well, that was a extremely strong game from the side of Viking GG. So now they just sit back and watch their upcoming competition, because this is all they have to wait for. Everybody in chat, please do me a favor. Let us... 15-minute BA3 law. Please do me a favor. Please say thank you in chat to Class X Jaeger, world-class mod and all-around great guy who has been putting in so much work behind the scenes. What a guy, what a lad. Shout out to Class Jaeger. This game, so of course both of these teams want to win, right? But the win here is not just about, okay, this is the big BO1 that you win, it's the last BO1. So winning it gets you into a much more comfortable position in terms of how we all like to play Dota normally. You know, having best of threes without having to worry about, oh god, I'm gonna lose the next game, man. It's pretty bad. We do see fight happening middle. They burst the hoodwink, who buys back instantly. Dude, did they just turn this game? I think they just turned the game. Because look, it's only the morphing that's actually farmed on the side of ITV. So if Lina and Ursa get bigger than the puck, like Lina's going for the BKB, and Ace already has his own BKB. Yeah, it's gonna be a rough one. Hey, listen, they're rolling. All of us are Kezu people here. We're all out here for Kezu today. Kezu is our guy. Kezu is our god. Kezu is love. Kezu is life. To go to sauna right now. Kips, dude, go to sauna. Go to sauna. Go to sauna. Go hang out in the sauna, cuz. Like, yeah, the next one's BO3. So if you're not gonna go to the sauna now, you're gonna be out here for a minute. Yeah, I'm down. Let me know when you can come back. Just message me. You see Erasmus eating in a... Ooh. That was a lot of damage. Malik is the one hero that can make life a living hell for everybody on the side of Hellbear Smashers. The ET hates playing into Timber, so does Centaur, so does Ursa. So provided that Stormstormer is kept at bay and can't be like right forefronted in the fight dishing out the damage, then he's in a very good position. He's happy. Into the breach though. Game still hangs in the balance. Between Timber and Morph they can still win. This is really close actually.
Is under attack.
Now shall the battle turn.
One thing I also wonder about the nature of this game is it's kind of difficult for Hellbear Smashers to go up the hill. They're playing into Tree and Protector, so Fishman can delay for a really long time in this game. So this Tree and Protector, we'll see if he's going to be the difference maker for the squad.
Они на 39-й минуте проиграли 20 000.
But where's that Russian coming from? Pretty bizarre. Smith. Way to get the jump now down bottom, looking for the puck, but adds in tick. Good with the movement, able to get himself back to safety, is up the hill. And maybe take the follow-up fight here. Waveform forward, they find the 2-hero Dreamcoil. Will they have enough damage for this fight? Cheese gets popped by the Lina. So Lina stays alive, bursts the Morphling, but Morphling doing all the work in the world. Tanner in the meantime able to take down, or get brought down by Ace. So now Ace potentially can get involved into the real fight against the Morphling. Gilger with Ace trying to zone back the Timber Soul. Still Morphling struggling to bring down the Centaur, has managed to do so against Lina however. Ace helping to bring down Malik, so now the danger is back, the danger is coming through, the bear able to claw through the Morphling. Ace on a triple kill, won't be able to get more, adds in tick. Survives by skating through onto the high ground. Does still live, life will continue. Great fight there from the side of the Hellbear Smashers. Gilger, didn't we just see this? Morphling versus ET? I feel like today is just a day of full deja vu, y'all. What the hell is happening? Gilger has access to this Aghanim Scepter. Oh god, dude. That was so fun. Like just seeing the yellowness of the ET. Also, why am I not wearing my headphone? Question. Good question. Looks like this game, I actually thought this was gonna be a quick game that we're just gonna pop in, see what's popping and then leave, but looks like it actually might go the distance, so let's cast it properly. Let's commit. Let's commit. Rasmus out here building into the Aghanim Scepter for his team to get some damage reduction, but I think it's also more important to get the movement through these obstructions. Might be one of the few ways to reliably find the Tree and Protector in the trees. Just run through them instead of having to use Blink Dagger to try and suss them out. Also, I love the build that Adzentic is going for. Oh, up middle. Gonna be Dreamcoil onto Gilger. Will they be able to bring him down? Nope. ET is ET. ET is too strong right now. They do kill him at the very least after the magic immunity ends. That's when they have the damage. This may open up Roche potentially. They're really thinking about it. Do we come in? Do we get involved here? Go in this chart room. Malik gonna be the first one in. The bear not gonna be able to find his way in the pit just yet. Okay, there's gonna be a move stomp. There's gonna be LSA as well. Malik falling very low, not dead just yet. Soulbind will come out. The Dragon Slave does kill onto the Treant Protector, but now they also manage to bring down the Centaur. BKBs pop by both Stormstormer and Ace. They want to chase against Low Pleb. They'll take Tanner for now. Stormstormer can't find the start. Oh, Ace! Jumping Treants and killing him. That's a dieback on the Treants. Adrentic, can he escape here? All of his routes are being closely monitored. Does somehow manage to get away onto the high ground. Come away without losing his own life. But the dieback on the Treant. Buybacks were also used by the Gilga on the Elder Titan as well as Malik. Malik jumping in right now. Cannot afford to die, otherwise he will die back. Stormstormer getting brought down by Adzentic though here on the high ground. So now without this Nina, potentially they want to run away. Adzentic gonna try and help him get the kill onto Gilga as well. Will be able to do so. Killing spree for this puck after picking up the double kill. Ace though jumps into the Roshan pit. They're able to snatch away this Aegis. They almost lost the life of this Morphling as well. Morph will live, but Ace has taken all the goodies. But the Aghanim's Blessing, the Cheese, and the Aghanim's Scepter. Big plays from Ace. Big plays. Okay. Alright. Alright, Ace, we see you. Alright. Alright. We see you, fam. And Sia Gamer, you might have spoken too soon about the potential of a hoodwinked win because... Yeah. Okay. Man, that fight could have been so good for Into the Breach and it was looking so good, but Ace pretty much single-handedly brings things back in favor of Hellbear Smashers now. I mean, they're already winning the follow-up fight, right? But if ITB get the Aegis though and the Aghanim's Blessing, then they're actually not feeling like everything is too bad. Now, speaking of Ace, he's been scouted out by Tanner now. They bushwhacked him to slow him out, but Enrage, too easy. Cheese, BKB, Diffusal, Abyssal Blade, Shard, and the Scepter. Rasmus now wants to find Fishman, will be able to do so. Easy pickup. And Ace wants to potentially chase Tanner. Tanner trying to scurry away right now, will be able to do so. There's no TP though, but I don't think they want to chase that deep. Hellbear Smashers. Can't believe they're ahead right now. This is crazy, dude. We came into the game just as they managed to get a crucial fight for themselves, and the game continues to trend in that direction. 8k gold lead now for them. They might lose Ace in the top lane though. Adzentic wants a good Dream Coil here. They have been able to find it. Enrage is used. Do they have this damage? Lil Pleb doesn't want to reveal himself just yet. There's gonna be the sharp shot going in. Lil Pleb reveals himself onto the wrong target. That's not who you want to go on. LSA will be there. Echo Stomp. Lil Pleb pops the BKB to try and take this fight. Hoof Stomp from Rasmus catches Malik. Malik in danger. They've already lost the one. Now they're gonna be able to lose two. Both cores getting taken down on the side of Into the Breach. And yeah, they get the Tofu kill thanks to Adzentic, but who the hell cares? As both Morphling and Malik go down. It looked so good initially. I was like, okay, Into the Breach are like, well, this fight seems dangerous. Let's not involve the Morphling. But he comes out directly into Tofu's face, gets used up into the follow-up kills. And then Malik, worst case scenario, he's like, okay, if I jump in, I can help Morphling survive potentially. But he literally jumps into the stun from Rasmus. Everything going wrong here for Into the Breach, and now they are finding themselves having to deal with the high ground push from the Hellbear Smashers, looking for the tier 3 tower, looking for the lane of Rax. Dream Coil does get snapped. Ace still alive, doesn't have the Aegis, remember. But it doesn't seem to matter as they have more than enough damage to take down the Rax. No buyback available for either the Morphling nor the Timbersaw. LSA now, okay. Not going to be used just yet. Yules was just there to try and stop the Ursa or the Centaur from running forward. But Ursa, under no such limitations, easily able to get a follow-up kill. Now wants to get more. Buyback will be there from the Hoodwink. They get a double kill. Bushrack holds both Centaur and Ursa in position. But there's no damage. They're not afraid of anything. Morphling is still dead for another 10 seconds. And even when he does respawn, they don't have any heroes that they can easily chase and reliably kill with. Once the Dream Coil has already been committed. So, Hellbear Smashers, they should be able to get themselves away from this. Maybe Gilga dies, but there's no Yule Scepter on the puck either, so you can't even use any way of cancelling TP. And to make matters worse, he has the Aghanim Scepter, so just gets the magic immunity and TP's out anyway. No pleb. Smallfling is really big, don't get me wrong. The only issue is that he's just so much smaller than the Ace Ursa, who is monstrous at this point. Although, a lot of his net worth is inflated by the free items. In terms of just raw strength, Morphling is still well up there. It's up a haste room now, wants to try and burst down a target. Not going to be able to find somebody real to kill just yet. Abyssal Blade actually stuns him up, and he's used BKB, so he needs to be careful here. Stun. Not going to be coming on to anybody else just yet, but the bash will prevent Fishman from escaping with his life. Brought down by Stormstormer. Ace wanted to keep the chase going. Thanks onto the high ground, but all he'll find here is a bounty rune, and they might have actually found Tanner. Echo Stomp doesn't connect because the scurry from Tanner is going to be good enough to ensure that he gets out of range.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Nah, you straight, Tanner. You fine, cuz. You fine. The rest of your team is not though, as they're going to have to now deal with potential push coming in through the mid lane. I feel like they're strong enough to push without the Aegis, but we'll see if they feel the same way. The full lane of Rax already set for themselves. Stormstormer has Daedalus, BKB, Yules. Gonna have very shortly the full Shiva's Guard.
Bottom tower is under attack.
Looks like they just want to clear out the last tier 2 tower down bottom, and Stormstormer is going to be the one primarily tasked with forcing this lane out, I think.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
The breach, they figure that they know that Hellbear Smashers are playing with a slight numerical disadvantage with Lina having gone bottom. Lina though, already back middle with the rest of the gang. Radiant scan, I think it for just 1 second caught ITB. So they know. Hellbear Smashers know. Rasmus also just picked up a Heart of Tarask. Is flying in on the courier. Going to arrive before the fight. So now 5,000 HP sent. Rough target to go on. Don't think ITB want to start a fight anymore. But the same is not true of Hellbear Smashers, as they will come across Tanner. Fishman goes in an overgrowth just to buy time. Will end up dying for this. Not just, oh, he does. At the same time, Tofu getting brought down by Malik as well as the Morphling. They jump onto this Malik Timbersaw, bring him down. Axe. Not too much damage coming in from Ace. Way too much damage. Do you see how much damage came from Ace in like 2 seconds? It's kind of crazy. That's GG. They managed to get the kill at the very least in the middle of the fight onto the Tofu Brimstroke, but unfortunately the damage that comes in from the Morphling is not enough to threaten Ace. In fact, it's Ace that's threatening the Morph, and they're gonna go for the Jugular. There's no buybacks on the side of Into the Breach, so I think that's game over. Yeah, that's game. It's game, that's game, that's game. GG. Gonna try for one last fight. Malik will die. Morphling will buy back at the very least to get into one more bout of fisticuffs, but it does not matter as the game will go in favor of the Hellbear Smashers. GG. 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 Well, that's something. Hellbear find themselves in a situation where they now get to actually go into some BO3s. So we have our first BO3s coming, and it's a good one. I did tell y'all, I thought we were going to get Hellbent Smashers vs Viking, and that's what we get. Young best of 3 between these two squads. They've played each other a lot in the past. So I imagine that this game is going to be something that they both have good data on the opposing team. They've probably been scrimming quite a bit as well. You see the lobby being loaded up, so short break. We had 2 BO1s. Hellbent Smashers get their 2 wins. Viking GG claimed their 2 wins. So these 2 teams are going to be now on this side of the bracket. The last teams remaining. One of them gets a shot at qualifying for ESL 1. Gets into the closed qualifiers. The other gets unceremoniously dumped out of the tournament. With no redos, no try-agains. Feels bad. Who's going to actually have it? We'll find out in the next game. In the meantime, like I said, let's take a break. In the meantime, make sure that you are following the channel. Make sure that you are also here in chat. Say hi. People are hanging out and people are talking about stuff. Join the gang. And those of you who want to be cool, if you want to be like the comrade Yanderwild, who today pulled through with the subscription, getting us a third of the way to the daily sub goal. Thank you so much, comrade. And actually getting us closer to the 150 monthly goal. You are a legend, man. Thank you so much for the help. And of course, you can decide to help out by also becoming a patron if you don't want to subscribe. If you don't want Jeff Bezos' eyes on your bank account, it is what it is. You can become a patron through patreon.com or just come through on PayPal with a one-time donation, which will also make all the difference in the world. With that, I'm going to be taking a short break. We'll be back for the finals. Hellbent Smashers versus Viking. And now it's a best of 3. So there's everything to play for. So do not go anywhere because we'll be right back with some incredible Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NBA comrades, welcome back, welcome back, welcome back. We're back for some BO3s. We're finally out of the grinder that is BO1s, and now we're here for some real Dota. BO3s is the real stuff. Oh snap, is Kip's back? Oh snap, alright, come through, Kips, come through, Kips. Come through, because I just started the draft, so we got lots of time. What's up, Kips, you hear me? Wait, I'm gonna mute my mic on the stream for 1 second, y'all, while I just configure audio with Kips for just a sec, just give me 1 second. All right. Entire cheese falling over. My God.
Open here, so yeah, whenever, let's go.
All right, let's go. So everybody, actual celebrities, pulled through to the stream. Kipso, coach, analyst extraordinaire, what's hood? Tell us, teach us. So firstly, are you voting for Viking or for Hellbear Smashers here? Let's just get the biases out of the way. I'm all in on Viking.
So the bias is Viking here, 2 Dutch people on the team, Dutchy here, it's easy. But I do think that Hellbear Smashers are a very interesting team if they feel like it. Sometimes they feel like being very boring. Today looks like actually they want to pick up that Stormstormer TA in the first phase, so maybe not so cookie cutter right now.
I've often seen them come away with some dominant victories with this, and I think I'm very glad that they went for the Rasmus Centaur, one of the better heroes I think on this player. For Viking, we saw the Tiny earlier on have a rampaging performance, played this with the Witch Doctor. This is not a hero that we've been seeing all that much in the 5 position. Teams have been normally favoring like the Ancient Apparitions, Grimstrokes. Why Witch Doctor versus a lot of these other heroes?
Honestly, I think it's just a salary kind of special. And I think like he'd like to get the Enchantress, but since that's out, this is the next best choice. Stable laner, maybe not that good aggressively, but defensively, you know, if they're gonna come at you with this Centaur, they split off from the wave, you get a good coconut going. It does pretty well.
In this game, I suppose as well, you'll also be happy to just have Maledict in tandem with Tiny. Tons of damage can come out even against heroes like Centaur. See, Hellbear Smashers, phase 2, they take out Viper, Ember, as well as the Bat Rider. So what are we thinking? Does that signal to you a Bristleback or a PL in the safe lane? These are the heroes I would ban if I wanted to pick either of those. What do you think?
Yeah, like that. I like the Bristle idea, but first off, I think they're protecting this TA in the mid lane with most of these. Just because these are all 3 matchups. At least the Ember, I don't think she loses straight up, but it's still very annoying to have the Flame Guard ticking through the refraction, of course, and the other 2 she definitely does lose. So, mostly protective picks here, I think. And then, yeah, what you say about the Bristleback, definitely, I want them to see them, like, you know what Viking does with, like, picking Shad something like a Slaughter safe lane or something like that? I'd like to see them pick up, like, really a very, what do you call that? Like more of a medium core, more of a utility core, and really lean into that Templar Assassin on the mid lane.
Yeah,
as,
definitely
your
agree.
real carry.
I mean, Stormstormer generally tends to carry the game super hard, right? When he does play this TA from the mid lane, so should be the strategy from the Hellbear Smashers. Viking GG ticked down so much of their reserve time, down to like 14 seconds, banning out the Lifestealer and Meneska. So we get the 4 position Dank Willow. So it's so annoying to play. How much damage is there just magically? My goodness. Centaur definitely feels like he has to buy pipe in this game.
10 seconds.
Yeah, it looks like 5 games to me as well. This Dark Willow man. I mean, you just got Aramis going off, didn't you? Like, I didn't quite see the entirety of the game, but it looked like he got himself a super good game there as well.
Yeah, it was crazy. Awesome. So have another performance like that, and it's also quite annoying for TA to play into, because Curse Crown is just, you just reserve Curse Crown for when TA jumps in. She can't spend all her time just hitting you and retreating. Has to decide, am I in or out of this fight? Not fun to play. And you get terrorized. I love Terrorize and Bramble Maze versus the Stampede pretty much all the time. Glad to have those. How do you respond here as Hellbear Smashers? We haven't seen any supports from them at all. So something has to give, right? Ugh.
Okay, well, this was not what I expected.
Ugh.
I see.
Ugh. That's my reaction to this. Ugh.
You see, I'm normally a Hoodwink hater as well, but now I'm gonna like, okay, so why do you hate Hoodwink?
Because no matter how cool you look in the game, there's just so many fights where you don't feel like you do anything. You don't get a perfect bushwhack, or sometimes like that sharp shot to just really end the fight. You're like, okay, how many times have you seen these Hoodwinks? The fight's over, they've done like 400 damage, and all they can do is scurry away. At least they don't die, that's pretty much it.
Yeah, I've seen a lot of that as well. It was, I think it's been Era over on Chicken Fighters who sort of changed my mind, in that it's very good if you're playing a defensive game with that Hoodwink. People engage into you. You get usually actually very good opportunities for good bushwhacks, good opportunities to use the ultimate, but it's a bit weird to me here because this doesn't actually look like they're going to be playing a defensive game at all.
No, right? They go in for this Wraith King. They already had the Centaur TA as the opening duo. So they're playing this hyper aggressive game. I would have loved a hero that could help them finish off that last little piece of damage. Hoodwink doesn't necessarily do that for you. Even if it had to be a hero that could move early. Even a Tusk I would rather have than a Hoodwink. But at the very least, they do get the special for Ace. I think this is one of his better heroes. Has this Wraith King, playing it into a game where Wraith King is going to have a great time, not having to worry about dying immediately. He can soak up a lot of the pressure for his team. And if they do buy this pipe for Centaur, then they have a very tanky 1 in 3 on the side of HBS to just make space for the Stormer TA. So this can work. I like this.
Yeah, I like this as well. He can really play up, soak a lot of that damage, soak the attention of like the Mars Arena, for example. And most of the damage over on Viking GG is actually very bursty, right? You got the tiny explosivity, you got the Dark Willow coming in with just, she has to close the distance as well if she wants to properly use her tank. Now I forget the name again. Just half of the time I can remember what it is, and then the other half of the time the swirly.
Oh, the Bedlam, yeah.
Bedlam. Thanks. That, the swirly thingy.
Well, the swirly thingy in this game, we'll see what the impact's gonna be, as they did end up banning PL and Medusa against Vikings. So now we're gonna see the other support from Hellbear. We still don't have a Shad hero just yet. What do you think? Ursa still seems pretty good. I think you still go for that.
Yeah. I was gonna say Ursa. I think I have a lot of ways to take the refraction off. I also think that the tankiness of the Ursa is very good versus how much TA wants to burst. Neither the Wraith, I mean, the Centaur might buy a Halberd, but the Centaur has so many items that he needs to buy this game. He's not gonna get to that for a while. I think Ursa could work out really well here.
The Smashers taking their time to consider what they are going to be putting into the 5 position here. Gilgal and Tofu. I think it's probably Gilgal on the Hoodwink, and Tofu's playing Winter Wyvern. Okay, not a hero that we see all that often these days. Fairly decent lane partner, I guess, for the Wraith King. Like, there's a ton of sustain in that lane. And some kill threat, not that much. Okay. But in the grand scheme of things, I don't know if I like this.
To the Ursa.
Like, we see it coming, we know.
Yeah, let's see if they still do it. Ooh, no, they do. Wyvern is still very good versus TB, though.
I'm also actually wondering why they go for TB versus Wyvern, like directly into it, knowing that this is the matchup they have to deal with. The Winter's Curse. There's been so many games where we've seen Terrorblade just like destroy their own team. And I think like Curse is quite nice to play into the arena because you know that the team on the side of Viking wants to go into that area of space to fight from there. So it makes life a little bit easier to trigger this ult from that position. You have Centaur, which can help you with the positioning to get close to Terrorblade. Kips, this feels like just a confidence play here from Viking. They're just like, we don't care about any of your heroes. Shad wants to play Terrorblade, so Shad gets to play Terrorblade.
Well, he's relying on his team here, right? Because we do have Boom playing the Tiny, and as I know from, especially from Limp, but most Tiny players are like, Winter Wyvern? That's a snack. It's my snack. She dies. If he gets vision, she dies. And that makes it really come down to the vision game here for Viking. Like, where do they pick their fights? How are they going to angle themselves towards the opposing team to make sure that Boom can always get this Winter Wyvern before she, well, makes Shad murder his own team.
Shad murdering his own team sounds like a losing situation, so we'll see if they can do it here for game one, excuse me. This is the third series of the day, the 6th game in a row for Viking. Jeez. So they went 2-1 against Extremum. In the matchups against Hellbest Smashers, this series tends to go 2-1 as well, so Viking have a long day ahead of them if they are unable to come away with the 2-0, but the stakes are high. This has to go well. Let's get into it. Game 1. Who do you think is going to win, Kips? Who are you putting your money on? If you had to bet, where would it go?
If I had to bet, like, all of my dollary dues, I'd say Viking, but it's because I trust Boom, right? That's if you're a Viking fan right here, just like Viking themselves, you have to trust in Boom finding this man over here, this Winter Wyvern, because the Winter Wyvern is otherwise going to be the key player here for Hellbear Smashers. Tofu can, if he manages to juke Boom this game, is literally the only thing I'm gonna watch.
If you win this game, I will be very proud.
All the hype is justified. Big fan.
Another question
That
is,
is
how
some
quickly do
illegal
you
gameplay
rush Glimmer Cape? Would you rush 4-star? What are you doing to try and get away from Boom? I think Glimmer Cape is probably the way. They are coming in for a quick gank here from Viking. It could be Blink as well, yeah. If he can farm Blink, because you know Boom's gonna get Boom with the Blink first. Gonna try and run you down often. Fight's gonna break out now. Nice hoof stomp connecting only onto Celery. The coconut though bouncing between Ace and Rasmus. So Ace can't close the gap for the Wraithfire Blast until it's well too late. Celery on the safe side of the trees. I say that though because here's Gilga. Don't you wish you were playing Enchantress with level 1 impetus instead of Hurricane Shots? Ah well, Akon Shot does nothing. Everybody lives, it's all good.
Yeah, that's the other reason to root for Viking here, right? It's the hoodwink doubt.
We have to see this hero lose, like, as often as humanly possible, so everybody stops picking it. I'm gonna be so upset once we get to the major, though. I guarantee some team has worked out some OP hoodwink strike. I'm gonna be like, wow, this looks amazing. I'm gonna be a sad day for all of us.
I've seen a really good synergy with Storm Spirits. Storm Spirit zips in over a long range and holds them long enough.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
To come out.
I saw that ending the way.
That is some
legit.
illegal gameplay right there.
Something else that's legit is that Hellbear Smashers, despite not being able to find First Blood, they position in such a way that they got themselves the first 3 bounties. So decent start to the laning phase for Hellbear Smashers, considering that they are playing with fairly experienced greedy supports. I do think they needed this additional booster goal to make sure that this early laning phase doesn't go awry. Would hate to see them playing from behind with these supports.
Yeah, definitely the Wyvern as well, right? You want to later on be able to hold a tower with your Splinter Blast. You need levels for that.
Game starts now. All 3 lanes. See how it's gonna happen. Shad bottom with the Centaur and the Terrorblade matchup. We see middle. Like you mentioned, this is where the win condition effectively for Boom is gonna come from. Despite the Terrorblade being in the game, if Boom cannot reliably find the Winter Wyvern, the game is super hard. So this matchup though doesn't necessarily favor the Tiny. Stormstormer, despite first 2ing the TA here, shouldn't himself in a situation where he gets all the farm that he needs.
Yeah, absolutely. TA feels very fine in this this matchup. It's Boom who has to watch out. Of course, Stormstormer, there's one thing that he does need to respect, and that's Boom's ability to throw him on the tower. Because if he gets Avatossed, and it will take the refraction off for sure, you're going to be naked under the tower, and you don't actually have that much HP.
Nobody ever wants to find themselves naked this time of the morning. It's very early in the day in the game, so top lane. Aramis and Kezu just gonna try and make sure that the Smarts gets everything that he needs. We saw him have a pretty good performance earlier on in the day against the side of Extremum, so he can replicate that. They'll be quite favored in the mid game, I think. The team fighting from the side of Hellbest Smashers starts to get a bit better later, but they just want to really snowball. So Viking, the fact that Kezu's having a decent-ish time versus what we see right now from Ace, who's just going to get us farm, but not really expected to do anything for his team for quite a while.
Yeah, and that's what I doubt a little bit about Hellbest Smashers' lineup here, is Ace is going to have to play up Viking groups so early.
Yeah.
They're going to be always bringing 2 cores to these fights. That's their style, right? And they juggle which 2 cores those are. And if you bring only your center, if you only bring Rasmus to those fights, you're just going to lose all of your mid-game fights versus Viking. They can't afford that. Ace needs to play up. You might have to tank a couple of deaths, honestly.
To do it for the team, you just gotta sometimes. It is what it is. Speaking of Rasmus,
Your TA needs their blink.
somebody's gotta get the blink title. You need the double blink, right? Like on TA and Rasmus. I don't think they can afford to have one of those super greedy games where Centaur goes Vanguard full pipe and just opts to completely skip over the blink title. Just because, like you're mentioning, because of the rough game that Ace might have to have for the sake of his team. Bottom.
Yeah, like there is a world where Ace gets the blink dagger, but that's we haven't seen that world for a long time.
I was about to say, have you seen Ace play Wraith King? He's not buying blink dagger. I've seen him buy like overwhelming blink 1 or 2 games, but normally like at his last resort. Top lane might have the first blood here. Tofu under threat, pops the magic stick, gets underneath the tier 1, so we'll be a-okay. Ace with the body blocks to make sure that Aramis cannot close the gap. It was in a Wraithfire blast for good measure as well. Just to let Wraith King know, or remind this Dark Willow who the king of this lane is, but Ace will be fine. It's all fine. Everything's fine. Look middle though. Tom Stormer is having a great time. Jesus.
Yeah, this Tiny is not a threat to him whatsoever. It's almost half a level ahead as well. Yeah, you can see Boom just security rage creep. That's the most of what he gets to do here. 3 creeps that wave, pretty good. Right, normally if you're Tiny in a bad lane, you'd really like to have 2. So 3 feels pretty good.
Launch going to be both the offensive and defensive ability here. Take a look bottom. The one lane that's boring as hell. So Centaur versus Terrorblade. Don't really expect much to be happening on this side of the map. And of course nothing is really happening now. Centaur level 3. It is what it is. You don't die here. I think that also another thing I don't like about Hoodwinked is that what does Hoodwinked do for you in this lane? Just here we need to throw in
nothing.
Kind of unfortunate. Goes back.
And then again, the Witchhucker is also a very defensive support, especially coupled up with Shad, who doesn't have any disables either. So, you know, you get to get away with the Hoodwink as well in that regard.
What do you think that the Terrorblade builds in this game? Given that he knows that the primary threat obviously is going to be the Winter Wyvern, you just start to prioritize tanking up early, don't worry about damage until a lot later? Or do you go the opposite direction, damage first, and then you say, well, if Boom can't find the kill onto the Winter Wyvern, then at the very least I'm still a major threat in the rest of the fight.
He seems to think that it's going to be a Dragonlance from first. I'd like to see an SNY, just to really make sure that those Winter's Curses don't hold on to him very long if they get casted on him. Because he might also be the target, right?
I feel like he's like the only one who really wants target.
Storm's hit is level 6 now, by the way. Celery's in here.
They find this kill. They actually get the toss back that you spoke about earlier into a Bramble Maze. Damage should be enough with the Maledict to tick out. And they actually throw the tree. Boom. Cures the first blood
that
from
is
afar.
some illegal gameplay right there.
Pretty great kill. The supports make good rotations from the side of Viking. And Gilgo did come in from Owlbear smashes, but unfortunately in that situation couldn't really assist much. And that's first blood as well, Kips. How is that even possible?
I don't know, it's like we're watching CIS Dota.
Nice.
Tea.
Slow, deliberate early game. That's exactly what she means by CIS, you know. Calm. You know, that definitely defines that scene. Well, with that first blood, boom, top of the net worth. Stormstormer will now need to catch back up. So from a situation where things were going really well, of course, when these first blood kills happen, huge burst of gold in the opposite direction. There was also a lot of experience given. So Tiny's level 7. We could see him decide to move out of this lane, but because they don't have level 6 just yet on top, kind of feels unlikely that they get a kill on this side of the map. And, you know, Terrorblade's already in the jungle, so you just leave Rasmus alone. So maybe you just keep farming in this mid lane for Boom.
Yeah, I think you do. I mean, you have 2 wards watching your flank as well. You're very safe there. And then again, it's also a hoodwink. I doubt that she's going to actually be able to roam into killing you. It's not like you're dealing with... Oh, Stormstormer? No.
Oh my gosh, that was so close. Feels bad, man.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
We do have Shad retreating into the jungle now, though, which means Rasmus gets some alone time with his bottom tower. That feels very good for a Centaur. This is really what he wants to do. Stay in the lane after the carry has left, push down the tower. I don't think Celery can actually repel him here.
Nah, I think also because they have Stampede, if Celery shows and he takes too much damage, then he might end up losing his life. And I think he calls Shad, he's like, yo fam,
Yeah.
I get it, you're in the jungle, you're getting this free farm, but come on, you don't want to lose a tier 1 tower pre 10 minutes. Sea Dragon here, get involved and they'll get rid of it. It still does mean that Rasmus got a lot back from this early lane, and now he's actually ahead of the Terrorblade in his own net worth. Early Vanguard picked up with early raindrops, not going to die for quite a while in this game. So even if Boom does decide to make a move to that side of the map after getting a Blink Dagger, which he's not too far away from, it's unlikely that they get the kill there. Wraith King picked up the point into Reincarnation. And with Winter Wyvern already having a point into Cold Embrace, it seems like they've got enough protection, so they don't think they'll die on the first rotation from this Tiny. Unless they also use all like additional spells, they might have to bring in the Witch Doctor as well. We'll see. What do you think?
Yeah, like it's all about if they survive the initial burst from the Tiny, then you Cold Embrace them and heal them up and nobody has any magic damage left, right? But that's only going to work as long as, you know, either the Witch Doctor or especially Aramis doesn't show up. Like, of course, the Bedlam is absolutely excellent at taking down Cold Embrace targets.
Bedlam. Not leveled up just yet for Aramis. Looking for this level 6, getting closer and closer. We do see the tier 1 tower going down bottom. Rasmus finds exactly what he wants as the Terrorblade. Still prioritizing being able to farm in the jungle. So Centaur, this is now looking a bit dangerous because I was thinking, we were talking earlier about what does he build. And because he got the super early tower, now he can afford to go for the Hyper Greed build. This Vanguard, Hood of Defiance, and you'll still have the Blink Dagger pre 15 minutes at this rate.
He's got himself a really good game. In contrast now with Kezu, who's really, like, he still has to deal with Ace in his top lane. They're actually going for him now. Good spear back.
They can get this happening. Blink from Boom. They really want to reveal this. And Ace, who's going to be the target? Oh, there we go. There's your counter. Somebody thought the Kipsol Boom kills Tofu counter. Kill number 1.
Oh yeah, please count. I want to know.
Now though, I'm gonna pressure this tier 1 tower with that hero being brought down. Still feels a bit dangerous because there is Stampede available. They know the Reincarnation is online. Not that long of a death timer, so... And also their push is somewhat subpar. It's not like they have Leshrac or Death Prophet. They're rather gonna go back middle as Boom potentially gonna search for Rasmus. They have the coconut thrown out. Avalanche. Pass at the ready. They don't want to go for the cake. Blink. Throwing back. And there's going to be the arena used by Kezu right after the Maledict. Death Ward used up as well as the Centaur will end up taking a tumble. Rest of Owlbear Smashers immediately decide to back off from this fight. And with all of this being used, Shad also porting in to pop the Metamorphosis. The tier 1 tower middle should be under threat now.
This is way more Viking. I was a bit surprised to see them let go that bottom tower without defending it. Viking pretty much always want to defend their towers at least once. But yeah, that's the stuff. Shad with the Metamorphosis. Gonna force out the glyph. He's got a Dragonlance. Rasmus is back.
Rasmus came in here, gonna be trusting in his tankiness, but his tankiness is gonna let him down. There's the Cold Embrace, but we just spoke about it. If Witch Doctor or the Danquilo are nearby, worst of all, both of them, there will be a kill. But now we see that there is gonna be the first uses of the Winter's Curse. A nice preview of what this game has to offer for Shad as he rips through Aramis with the Metamorphosis.
Yeah. That's always gonna happen. Every time Boom does not go for Trophy, that's gonna happen.
A lot of pressure on the Tiny to make sure that he's able to get the right reach. More pressure on the supports to ensure that the vision is correct. For now though, they don't manage to get the tier 1 tower, but the big objective was at least making sure their own didn't get pushed through. Map pressure still in favor of Hellbear Smasher, so despite being very behind on kills, they have some net worth advantage. TA still farming decently in the jungle. It's actually so weird how kill light this game has been. Only 5 kills, 13 minutes in.
Yeah, I think it's a bit of an illustration how greedy both lineups are. You said it yourself, the supports over on Viking really want their levels as well. Nobody really wanted to leave their lanes, but now Boom wants to change this. Smoke breaks.
We'll get the jump now. Doesn't connect it onto Ace though. And now they have to start fleeing away. Nice toss with the coconut, holding back the Hellbear Smashers from chasing down Boom. He still turns around with the Avalanche sharp shot. Did connect. There's more than enough damage for them to find this killer. Stormstormer also comes in. At the same time, they end up losing the Centaur in the top lane somehow. Back in the mid lane, Aramis taking a tumble as Stormstormer will reveal the Desolator and his involvement in this fight as 2 heroes fall. Lose the Centaur top, but losing 2 middle to the TA right as she's going to push pressure on the tier 1. You're very happy with this on the side of the Hellbear Smashers.
Well, yes, Kazu is now here, but he used that arena for the kill on the Centaur on top, so he can't actually threaten Stormstormer much at all here. She's trying to redirect some of these shots. You see them going for him?
Fortunately, they fail in doing so. Reinforcements will emerge though, and with Boom coming back in, tried to meld up, but okay. Vikings like, well, you can take the tower, but there's a little bit of a cost of entry for getting it. The cost is your life, and they bring down the TA middle. That doesn't feel good. That doesn't feel good for Stormstormer.
It's not great, but he does get the tower, and with the tower down, as you can see on the map right now, it's actually very hard for a Viking to move into the triangle fast. They have to TP to their outpost, most likely, if they want to bring anybody in there from another side of the map. So it is pressure off of the rest of Stormstormer's game. Even if right now, yeah, he much rather would have been snowballing still.
Speaking of the snowball, Boom in this room trying to use this, find a kill, but there are sentries everywhere for the side of the Hellbear Smashers. They are prepared for these kind of movements. No luck will be available for the Tiny, so just blink back up to our side of the map, keep farming, get a little bit bigger from this direction. And speaking of farm, the Wraith King like is going almost straight into BKB, so we're not seeing Maelstrom, no Radiance, just straight up fighting here from Ace, so he does feel like he's not going to be in a position where he can just sit back and not be involved in these skirmishes. Oh, actually he's going for Maelstrom, never mind. Never mind.
Literally just change his mind. They always do that.
Oh, right after you've seen the item build, you're like, yeah, I know what he's doing. Then he's like, nah fam, no. Why would you think the item queue reflects what I'm actually gonna buy in the game, you fool? Top lane, Shad. Maybe getting gone on here. The Akon shot slows him down, but he's just baiting a little bit because Boom as well as the Witch Doctor of Celery are trying to close the gap. Boom jumps in blind, won't miss with the Avalanche, but the toss will reach through. Nice miss. Unfortunately for you, my friend, you are underneath the effect of Maledict, so despite the stampede, there is zero escape possible. You will end up taking a tumble.
Like, you could see him thinking, Shad's baiting, right? Shad's baiting me? No, he's letting me go. Okay, I'll go in. And then, dang it was a bait anyway.
Damn it! Freaking baits. Boom is like, yeah, thanks fam. Got some bonus gold. I think Celery, at this point in time, he's very happy about the way this game is going, right? Because he must have thought to himself that, okay, things aren't the best. There's a lot of time that was spent with the Centaur getting farmed down bottom. We're not really happy about that situation, but we sort of happen to hold him in this pattern where he's not really getting closer towards having blink. He's gonna get the blink around the same time as this Mars is gonna be around the corner from having the Vladimir's offering. So you still have teamfight presence from both quarters. You don't really feel the full presence from Centaur. Stormstormer jumped in the trees. Oh no, what happened? Why was Stormstormer here? What happened?
I don't know. He just walked
That
up.
is some illegal gameplay right there.
The base you
Yeah,
go.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
Okay.
agree with Westlands.
Okay.
He was not allowed up there.
You didn't see the police tape that was right here being like, you shall not pass, my friend. Okay, so that's the third death in the game, the second one in recent memory. That's another delay towards the TA, who we thought was going to be able to snowball much harder than this in the game.
Yeah, she really would have rather taken over by this point, but instead another delay on that Blink Dagger, which is probably ultimately also going to be a delay on the Aghanim shard, going to get that quite a bit after 20 minutes now.
Oh boy. Oh boy. Not how you want the game to be going. Especially considering that, like we've been talking about, Stormstormer is the actual win condition. A lot of this damage needs to come from the TA. Wraith King, even the build that he's going for, is not itemizing in such a way that he's saying, I'm going to be the one true carry. Maelstrom, Blink, Mjolnir, leaving space for Stormstormer to dish the critical damage out, but still needs this Blink Dagger. They try to go for a smoke instead of just finishing off the farm. I think you just sit back, finish the farm with the Blink, and then try to go for a smoke, but now because they did that a little bit prematurely, when the Blink does come out, I don't think they'll have another smoke ready. And Rasmus, other side of the map, he's gonna find himself in a fight. There's gonna be a very nice usage of the arena, catching on to two heroes on the side of the Hellbear Smashers, both Gilga and Rasmus, no escape possible. They threw down the Terrorize for good measure, and now Shad with the meta in the Roshan pit. Here we go. Give me that Aegis.
Hand it over, and yeah, that was once again very awkward. The smoke broke on Rasmus. He came up to that high ground and he saw two Shads, and he jumped on the wrong one. He jumped on the back line, and that was just an illusion, my friend.
It was an illusion. It was not too based. It was very, very low amount of baseness for him. Now they lose the Aegis. Shad, the double life available for the TV. Stormstormer. Okay, took a bounty. I just saw Stormstormer and I like his name, and I saw the Aegis popping up. I was like, oh god, what just happened? But the bounty on the other side.
That's always scary, isn't it? When you just suddenly see something pop up on the side of the screen, you're like, what am I missing?
Like, what just happened? Looks like I was left. You were right. Ace did go for the early Blink Dagger. It is now in tow. I thought he might finish the Mjolnir first, but he has this. You have initiation from him, and you got it around the same time as Rasmus has the Blink from his side. So they have some additional fights, and they want to try and use it. Smoking immediately. Boom. Not necessarily the #1 target they want to go for. See where Rasmus ends up heading. Celery will be ecstatic to break the smoke. Oh, good times. I'm so happy for you, Celery.
Yeah.
Will die here. There's also a Winter's Curse onto Boom, though. That is actually pretty huge. They might find a bigger target onto him, and indeed they will. The Stormstormer catching up with the bonus damage. I think Boom was trying to come in to help, but getting caught out instead by Tofu. That's not how that's supposed to go, Kips.
It is not. The hunter has become the hunted. Shad, they are gearing up for a defense here. Feeling really strong.
TB with the Aegis and most of the way towards Skadi does feel like the most unfightable hero on the map right now, so good call. He doesn't have much mana, but probably a good call to just let him go. I'll try to force this fight. There's still a tower top to take, which Aramis will attempt to defend as they use the Arena of Blood from Kezu, jumping in. Oh, the spear actually connected onto Ace just as he jumped in. The Death Ward with Bedlam. Look at this damage go! And the Coconut prevents any of these heroes from doing anything. Terrorize will just send Ace back. Meantime, Shadow catches up to Gilga, zoning back the rest of the Hellbear Smashers as the Spear of Mars prevents Ace from getting back to his side of the map. Omna toggling will be attempted, but it will not be successful as a God's Rebuke puts him in the grave. Chad will take a lot of damage from the Sharpshooter, but with a Last minute usage of the Sunder keeps his HP pool up. And he's A-okay. Huge fight there. Viking GG get 2 massive targets. They also get the reincarnation procced off from the Ace Wraith King.
Back to base you go.
Pretty
That
incredible
is some
that
illegal
nobody
gameplay right
from
there.
Hover Smashes
If you
is
win this
really
game, I will be
expecting
very
them
proud.
to
Let's
beat
go.
them anyway. Because Tofu didn't have a Winter's Curse there. And we're not ready for a fight at all. Instead, they have another curse.
We'll be able to take the first life away from the Terror Blade here. Wanting to also set up for more. Do they have the damage though? Doesn't seem like it. Rasmus waiting for opportunity, jumps in onto Kezu. They are able to burst down the Mars using the sharpshooter from Gilga. Decent enough damage, but Primal Mace still catching in the Centaur. I think with this Mars being gone that they just back away from this fight. You don't want to play 4v5. And the Aegis is taken away. Hellbear Smashers extremely happy about that. So they gained something in the resounding minutes instead of having to just fall into the pace of Viking GG.
They're gonna look for another pick-off here because really they're not pushing Shad back fast enough. He's going to finish up a Skadi very soon. And that's where the game becomes extremely hard, especially for Ace.
We've got these 2 beefy strength heroes in the team. Introducing a Skadi to them is not going to make them happy, and like you say, they're still setting up for a pick-off here. Boom, if he walks past the Psionic Trap, he'll be revealed, but taking the safe route.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
He's not gonna fall for this. Celery might be the Celery, do your job, mate. Hey, there we go. There we go. Base Celery reveals that the team is here in the trees, so they will not head onto the eastern part of the map, and they will all live. Everything's fine.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Smoke up now. It's gonna break on Rasmus here.
Just jumping in though, finds Kezu. They can get the Mars down before the arena comes out. This could be huge, but the Terrorize comes out seconds before the arena, so it's gonna be bursting down. Rasmus and Ace cannot go anywhere. Coconut to follow this up. They've taken the first life from the Wraith King, and now they're revealing the Eye of Skadi from Shad with the Metamorphosis onto Ace. He's gonna just get melted through. Sure, they managed to burst into the Dark Willow, but it's not gonna be good enough. Boom. Avalanche not online just yet, but they want to get more in this fight. Gilga does manage to bring down Kezu, but Tofu almost certainly dies here. Winter's Curse does get used, and it doesn't actually hit the Terror Blade. The TB going to be able to chase for more. It gets a reflection out of the Stormstormer, but the refraction charges enable Storm to still be able to blink away to safety. He gets out. The 3 heroes will fall. Viking GG, yet again another strong fight, and they actually found Gilga. Where did they find him? In the trees. Got caught out by Boom, so if I can't have the TA, I'm getting something. Massive fight for Viking here.
Huge once again. The fact that both the Centaur as well as the Wraith King just keep getting caught on top of each other is pretty painful. You thought that they would have learned that lesson on the top tower, that they can't both be caught in the arena. Like ideally it's only Ace, right? Sure, you die, but then the arena is out, you get to the rest of your team gets to re-engage, but Rasmus is always in there as well.
Not only is he getting caught in that arena, but he's also setting up for the Coconut, which has been very debilitating. The lack of BKBs means that whenever that does come out, the fight effectively ends if it's just 2 heroes. It's always these 2 heroes. To make matters worse, Rasmus in this situation actually blinked into the Terrorize. Feels so bad. Game is hard. Well, now they have to try and reset. Hope for the next Roche. At the very least, they're not dealing with an Aegis push, so the high ground should still be safe. But these tier 2 towers starting to look like juicy targets for Viking. Hellbear Smashers. I don't think you try to fight before you have these BKBs, do you? I think it's like the safety concerns are a bit too high at this point.
Yeah, the Union called. They definitely said that they have to quit this right now. They're gonna stop.
Oh, I would love the thought of a Dota Union being like, yo, what's happening, team? No BKB, sorry. Pause the game. You're bringing brought up on fines and infractions. Can't allow this.
Exactly, let me talk to the boss here.
You have the boss, Boom, wanted to introduce Rasmus to the rest of his team and say meet everybody, but not enough range on the avalanche toss. Things look dangerous. It's been very interesting to see Viking win so many of these fights, despite Tofu, for the most part, actually surviving all the time in the back of it. He's only died twice in this entire game. but still not able to find the critical curses. The lack of mobility for him, he did go for that early Glimmer Cape, but there's no blink. Like you mentioned, he might be able to get earlier. And the game is going in such a way that I can't imagine he's going to get a blink anytime soon.
Yeah, there's really no space for him. As you said, these BKBs really need to come out. I'm thinking that, yeah, it should be flying out for Stormstormer right now. And you can see the line being drawn by Rasmus already. He wants to fight for that top tower with the blink, but boom! Oh, add
There we
one
go.
to the counter.
But 2 on the boom kill Tofu counter right now. Getting a very nice initiation. And despite them being able to pick up the BKB right at this moment, that's when they wanted to smoke, but now they can't. You have to wait for this Winter Wyvern to come online. It's very unlikely that this BKB hasn't been scouted now, so they know. In fact, they're gonna smoke up immediately on the side of Viking to try and force a fight while they have the numerical advantage. Rasmus gonna be the first target caught out here. Posted up onto the wall. There's no possibility of surviving here as the Centaur. Coconut though does get dropped onto him, so it's not available for Ace. They jump in. Stormstormer able to bring down the Dark Willow, and with the BKB pop, Kezu's in danger as well, taking a lot of damage. Will end up taking a tumble. The TP out from Celery will not succeed. The Wraithfire Blast from Ace will make sure that he gets himself a double kill. And with 3 heroes gone, Hailware Smashes might be able to take that success and turn it into... Okay, nothing. Roche is gonna be 2 minutes away. Feels bad. Sorry, boys.
Yeah, and it feels a little bit like they just wanted to scare him a little bit, maybe get a BKB charge out, but that was never going to be a full fight from Viking, I think, because Shad was not going to show up. He sure was not in place for it. And in fact, yeah, here's the butterfly. I think Shad said, sure, do whatever you want, guys, but I'm finishing this first.
He was in that fight.
Very
It would have been
lucky.
very different, right?
Absolutely.
He sticks back, finishes the critical item. On the bright side for Viking, despite losing that fight, there's nothing on the map that really matters for Hellbear Smashers to claim. They'll get the tier 1 tower like the other Denied or the Skellies kill it, but tier 1 tower top lane on Radiant side. Who cares? Who cares?
It was the last good Roche TP point for the Radiant. Now they're going to have to do this upcoming Roshan fight without it.
Make sure they have vision of the area. Looks like they want to stack up for another smoke potentially here, but last one did not go well without Shad. This time around, might want to involve the TB, or do they just wait for the Roche? They don't know how long it's going to be before it comes up. Still a full 50 seconds. Hellbear Smashers. In the meantime, before that happens, Ace did finish the Sange. Once the full SNY, I don't think you'll have the full item, but you will have, at the very least, he should have access to buyback by then, if he farms like a camp or two. So he can play a little bit more riskily to try and secure the Aegis for his team. What do you think of this item? Aegis, the Aghanim Scepter rather, on Gilga in the Hoodwink.
I mean, I haven't seen it in action very often, honestly, because I mostly watch Pro Dota. Yeah, I should be asking you, I think.
Every time I've seen this, it's lost, so that's why I was asking you. I'm trying not to talk about Hoodwink because I've like very few positive things to say, so it's like, you know.
Well, you've seen here, right, that in the reactive situations where Hoodwink has clear vision of the heroes, the enemy heroes, and they're grouped up, you can get really nice bushwhacks, you can get really nice ultimates. But yeah, a lot of things need to be right first.
Yeah. Laws need to align. The same reason I don't date people who believe in astrology. Now we're back in the Roshan pit. Viking.
A wise man.
Do they take this for free, or do Hellbear Smasher try to stop them? It's going halfway, but now finally the smoke comes out. Tofu who has access to the Glimmer Cape. They haven't gone in just yet. Boom is stalking the outskirts of this fight. They have the Observer Ward on the high ground. Trying to destroy it now with Tofu, who does manage to get this D-Ward. Rasmus prevented from moving around. There's a Bramble Maze right in front of him, so there's no Blink Dagger available from Centaur. Shad is not actually hitting the Roche. He's standing in a dead vision spot right now in the event that he could be spotted. And they do go onto the Raid King, but at the same time, Rasmus, he's going to be in a lot of trouble, takes too much damage. Stormstormer brings down Celery, but Shad able to kill Rasmus, and now they're back in the Roshan pit to try and finish this off. The Winter's Curse will come out. Arena of Blood catching both supports with the Terrorize. They're onto Tofu, and now there's no follow-up onto this. BKB popped as well by Kezo to try and help finish off this fight. They take the Rages with Shad. They're able to split the fight effectively, and despite not getting any kills, they're preventing Hellbear Smashers from doing anything effective at this point. Tofu, under the curse of Maledict, should take a tumble here. Cold Embrace just to buy some time, but he will end up taking a tumble. 2 heroes fall, Roche taken. Viking GG get a cheese as well, I believe, off of this, and the shot.
Yep, should be, and that's just very good shot calling by Viking. They realize that if they take down the center, none of the heroes over on Hellbear Smashers really want to jump into that pit to give the vision anymore. So once he is down, Hellbear Smashers is left scrambling.
Oh man, difficult situation to be in. Unfortunately for Hellbear Smashers, Winter's Curse, yet again we're seeing that Viking. I like the response, right? Instead of just saying, okay, boom, just keep killing Winter Wyvern. The response is, alright Chad, just stand by yourself. Like, who cares if he gets cursed now? Doesn't really matter. Nobody really is in danger of actually being brought down by your damage. And if anybody else gets cursed, there's not that much physical damage on all the other heroes, unless Tiny is next to a low HP target with Echo Saber ready. So their positioning on the side of Viking sort of debilitated this Tofu Winter Wyvern in a way that simply killing him wouldn't.
Yep, completely agreed with that. Vikings' positioning has been very, very nice this game. You could see even in the fight on the bottom lane that Shad and Kezu were always keeping meticulous distance from each other, so that when the curse actually came out, it hit nobody.
Yeah, two taken in the top lane. Gonna look for more map control with the outpost being grabbed for themselves. If they ever do wander on their side of the map, they'll reclaim theirs. The advantage continues to grow for Viking. 4k gold lead for Shad for the entire team. The one big thing is that despite all of this, somehow Stormstormer is still accruing a lot of net worth. Still has the BKB, still has Deso, still has Blink. It's still well on the way towards picking up what I imagine to be a Daedalus. Unless it's an MKB. It's an MKB, okay. Because there's a butterfly already on Terrorblade. So MKB not too far away either.
Which is pretty great. It's going to be double MKB for them. It will allow them to fight Shad if they ever get him alone. But so far they've had trouble getting to touch Shad at all.
Yeah.
Like the Wraith King doesn't have a BKB either, and I think he really needs it if he wants to get past Kezu. Right now the TA is the only one who can really do it.
Rasmus is gonna try Q into his own BKB. Speaking of Rasmus, suffered the indignity of a solo kill at the hands of Aramis earlier. Let's see if that shall be suffered again. Terrorize. This time around, Kezu is gonna be required to help out, but the result will still be the death of the Centaur. Big kill there. Fight might break out middle though. Terrorblade in a little bit of danger. Shad taking a lot of damage. Still has access to the Aegis. There's gonna be usage of the Sunder. Sharpshooter came through. There's gonna be the Winter's Curse. Lots of damage from the TB. That's gonna be a kill onto Celery. Finally, Tofu able to make it happen. Lots of damage coming in a few seconds. But they don't get the Aegis, which I think is the big prize here. And as we've said in this game, Celery, if he dies like that, he's like, I've done a good job, boys.
First out, I do think that's kind of silly of him to jump in there, especially with his freshly finished AC. Did you see how hard he was slapping his own Witch Doctor? That poor guy.
Maybe they were having arguments like about what to do on the map. Then Boom got pissed. And he's like, I'll show you about your ideas, man. Blinks on him. He's like, take that.
There, now let the big boys play.
Yeah, 2 tower being pushed in. Oh, Stoonfield. What's hood? Can they actually check this out, right? With Ace, do you actually agree with him finishing SNY, or do you still think? I think he should go BKB. I would be willing to even sell, like, I'm willing to backpack something for BKB. I think it's that important. But at the very least, when he does get this SNY, there's going to be a fair amount of status resistance, and he's not the easiest target anymore. So it's not like he's squishy. He'll have a fair bit of armor. I don't think it fully helps him if he's caught in like a bad fight, but I think if he gets forward, it does at least allow him to not be in a situation where one stun completely ruins the entire fight.
Yeah, I think you need both, honestly. So don't object to him finishing it here, especially because of all the Dark Willow roots. Like, this is Aramis is going to actually reach level 20 very soon, so he's going to have the minus cooldown on the Bramble Maze. He's going to have overlapping Bramble Mazes on top of the fact that he's had a shard for a while now. So you're going to be rooted up for half the fight anyway. I think Ace is definitely right to say, alright, let's make it slightly shorter by grabbing the status resistance from that Sanj.
That being picked up. The Aegis will now expire. Shad no longer immortal. See how their Smashers choose to respond to this. You should be aware that there is still this lead on the other side, but they might feel a bit more bullish about their chances in a fight, having just finished this SNY, and indeed they want to jump in. Bushwhack, they find the Terrorblade. Can they get this damage out? Terrorize is going to be there. BKBs are popped, and the Winter's Curse is going to be there. Do they have the damage to kill Shad before a Sunder? Will they get it? No, they don't! He gets off the Sunder. He starts to now turn around with the damage. Arena from Kezu helps to hold in the Templar Assassin. They turn around with all the damage on Earth. Rasmus can't do anything on the side either, despite them using the Stampede. And they throw everything in the kitchen sink onto Shad. It almost gets him. Ironically enough, Winter's Curse actually freaking saved him. Feels so bad.
That's incredible, and that's the first time that they really get to put any damage at all into this map. They waited for the double MKB, and this was it.
And because they waited for the double MKBs, there's no buyback.
No.
They have to now try and defend with 3, and they might not be able to do so. They've already lost Ace's first life. Tofu forced to retreat back into the base. They toss Ace back into the rest of the gang. More than enough damage to get this kill. Gilga shows up, but he just shows up. The lamb to the slaughter. They get the kill onto him. Shad on the monster kill streak. I think this might be the game, Kips. At the very least, 2 lanes of Rax, but they don't want 2 lanes. They want the game. They realize that if Ace had buyback, he would have used it. If Stormstormer had buyback, he would have used it. So the game is theirs for the taking, and Viking GG. Oh my goodness, they're gonna do it.
Just like that. Tofu wants one more curse. He's not gonna get it.
Nope. Nope, 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 nope. Tofu,
win this
the
game,
very
I'll be
least,
very
wants a
proud.
curse before going hard.
go.
But even that gets denied him. And he will end up not even bothering them. They just take the Ancient. GG, well played. Viking. Viking. They did it. We were rooting for them. We wanted this result. But they made this look really clean. 8-0-8 on Shad. Took virtually no damage the entire game. You were talking about in the drafting phase that he's going to be relying on his team to buy him space and to make sure that he doesn't get closed down on. But I don't think even he anticipated the amount of space that would actually be bought at the end of the day.
No, I don't think so either. Like, he showed up for a couple of these early fights, like, hey, guys, you can really use my help, right? And then his tone was like, nah, actually, fam, we're pretty good over here. And man, this was such a rough game for Rasmus, especially. Like, he had a great start, he made great moves, and then after his first attempt on the mid tower got shut down, I don't think I ever saw him do anything relevant in this game anymore. And that's just gotta feel bad.
Yeah, half the time, in fact, he was actually a somewhat liability, right? Being a target nearby to ensure that the coconut bounces back. He sometimes would find himself going in, but much further ahead of his team, or not having Stampede available to save his team because he tried for a previous fight that didn't go well. The stuns from him, unfortunately. I think also the itemized really well against him. Aramis went for the Spirit Vessel. Shad had the early Skadi, like early comparatively in this game especially. It just didn't feel like Rasmus could do anything. And the targets he wants to go on, the only targets that will reveal themselves are like Kezu and Boom. Neither of whom die quickly. Most of the time they turn around and kill you instead. Rough game, rough game. And this was first pick Centaur.
It was. Well, that's sometimes what happens if you pick it first. The enemy just gets to run an entire draft that doesn't really care all too much about you.
Rasmus. Well, the captain of Hellbear Smashers unfortunately will find himself going down with the squad here in game 1. So Viking GG, 1 game away from getting themselves into the close qualifiers and to somehow get through there tomorrow into the main tournament. The road is long for Viking. That has been now in this day. Wait, let's see. That is 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wins in a row. Can they make it 6? Let's find out together. Game 2 coming shortly. I'm your boy Snare, joined by the celebrity Kipso. We'll be right back with some more Dota 2 action. Ladies, gentlemen, and my NB comrades, welcome back here to Snarecasting as we continue with the qualifiers for the ESL 1 2021 Summer Cup. This is now the end of the road for the open qualifiers. One of these two teams gets into the closed qualifiers. Just gotta win one BO3. That's it. Should be super easy, right? So Viking, they've already taken game 1 here against the Hellbear Smashers. We need Hellbear Smashers to play well, to give us game 3 so we get more Dota for the evening. I'm your boy Snare, and I'm joined by the celebrity, the graceful one, Kipsel. How you doing today? How you feel about game 2?
I feel about game 2. Well, I actually told you this over the break, right? What I want from game 2 for Hellbear Smashers is to actually give Rasmus a game. Not just because, you know, it didn't quite work out in the previous map. We had this centaur that ended up being more of a hindrance than a help, really, which was unfortunate. But not only because of that, but also because if you have your captain having a bad game and your captain is a core, then he can't lead. He can't lead with his words because he's feeling insecure. He can't lead with his body because he can't make any plays. So give me a good Rasmus game and I'll give you a good Hellbear Smashers game.
10 seconds.
Hellbear Smashers, I've better gotten the memo. Make sure that this last pick you have for your team is reserved for Rasmus to give him the best possible game. Right now though, this is most likely the Stormstormer morph they've gotten in counter to the axe picked up by the side of Viking. Morph clock. We've seen this particular duo quite a few times before. We've actually seen it today. Ironically enough, Viking were able to beat that self-same duo. What do you think? Is I don't know. First two morphling always makes me very, very nervous.
Same. Definitely same. It's for me, it's really reserved for the morphling greats, right? And especially it looks like once again they're trying to play this game via Stormstormer. And in the previous one, it felt like Stormstormer wasn't quite up to the task. We had 2 deaths on him pre-Blink Dagger, which didn't feel too great. And yeah,
If you win this game, I will be very proud.
The morphling
Let's go.
immediately, you're going to get Elder Titan, and then later on, most likely, there's going to be some form of actual magical burst involved as well, be it a Lion, a Lina, or God forbid, even an OD.
Oh god. Oh god. OD with Elder Titan in the
I'd rather
game?
not either.
Get me out of this game. Uninstall Dota. I'm already terrified for Stormstormer because every time you get called, it guarantees a setup for the Echo Stomp. Very difficult to waveform through it. It's like a moment's timing to get out of it. And the Morphling Greats, you know, if this is like if this was like Nisha Morph, that might be a different thing, but we'll see. Clockwork though, I am much more comfortable with than Hoodwink. This hero actually does something in the game, so Hellbear Smashers already have a better time in this one because they have 5 heroes instead of 4. Makes quite a big difference.
Yep. And I think for heroes like Clockwork, especially, the change to the outpost meant a lot, because the problem with the Clockwork, if you roam a lot early, which this hero tends to do, is that you become a melee creep until you hit level 6. And luckily right now we actually see a very tight window for all of these supports to hit level 6. It's very hard to not eventually passively reach your 6 around, let's say 12 minutes is like the latest. I've seen it go later in very drastic games, but you know, and then you're just going to have a free reach initiation. You don't have to build a Blink Dagger, you don't have to do anything special, all you gotta do is hit the hook shot.
I'm imagining in this game that there's still space for them to grab a hero like the Grimstroke, get the Inkswell on it, Grimstroke, Darkseer, anything to make the hookshot initiation do a little bit more for the team. So there's time for them to set up those drones.
There's also, of course, the other options. I mean, they already have a ranged core, but you could look for, I don't know, for like a Snapfire with the kisses as well. In this case, though, I'm not sure. Like, since you're up first is an axe, you might want to look for a save instead, or something like a a Willow, something that builds Yules early, Yules up that Axe when he calls. They have a lot of options for the support here, but what I definitely do agree with 100% is that they need to synergize with that clock. Yes.
Yeah. What they decide to do here, they finish off the bans here, second phase, taking out these heroes middle. That could be laned by Boom. They've been focusing Boom quite a lot in the second phase of these bans. Didn't work out for them necessarily in game 1. See if the shallowing of his pool does do the justice here. Probably pick the 5 position to just make sure that you can still hold some cards to your chest. Viking will do the same with the support. But overall, I think Viking are probably happier with where they are on the draft. They don't really have to do anything drastic to respond to what Hellbear Smashers are doing, but Hellbear Smashers has to already start immediately thinking about the portions of the game where this Morphling's under extreme threat. Just with one spirit, one hero, and suddenly you're dead.
That's the beauty, isn't it, of that Elder Titan pick? It's just like the enemy picks their pos 1. It might be a mid laner, but this is going to be the most farmed hero for Hellbear Smashers, hopefully. You pick their pos 1, you counter it with a pos 5.
Gotta love Dota. Gotta love Dota. This is also why it's not fun to be the drafter, because now the team's looking at you looking like, seriously guys, you don't ban ET, really? But I think they probably thought they had to take out the Boom Tiny. Winter Wyvern comes out. Oh gosh. Aramis Morana. Let's go, everybody. Let's go. Let's go.
Axe Morana. Well, he is most definitely going to be hunting that Winter Wyvern this time around. Not threatened by the clockwork, you just jump out of the cogs, and of course you have the amazing follow-up of the arrow after either a stomp or after the axe call. Don't particularly like Elder Titan Morana as a support duo because the stomp isn't exactly like a reliable stun. It's rather hard to, you know, if there's one guy running away from you, to get exactly that guy. But it's useful, and you certainly output a lot of damage with the two of you.
A lot of damage between them. Also, there are sometimes these instances where Clockwork jumps in, but because of the way he jumps in, find himself just primed for an arrow setup. For the most part, yeah, it's going to be difficult. We'll see what they decide to do for the safe laner. If Kezu does have a good game, gets a very early Blink Dagger, then he can be the one that sets up these stuns for them. There's still space for them to go for some Boom Puck, Boom Void Spirit, simplify life even further in that direction. We shall see. Hellbear Smashers though. This is, what do you think? Do we now get the Storm Summer partner in Ace, or this Erasmus hero? You were saying that the priority is Erasmus hero to do well in the game, but with 20 seconds left, who would you pick right now?
Back to base you go.
Oof. Probably an Ace carry actually, and Force, because you already know the mid lane matchup is probably you're gonna get 2 heroes from Viking. You know the offlane one as well. You pick a laner here that does decent versus Axe.
Okay.
That's the hero.
That's definitely the Rasmus hero. Potentially preempting a Spectre pick if they wanted to go in that direction from Viking. I don't think they wanted to do that. Feels like their draft wants to play faster. But this Necrophos. Okay, ton of sustain. I suppose once you do get the E-Blade out of Morph, then it's very easy to bring these heroes very low. This is also a way to ensure that after these heroes get brought down by the Winter's Curse, that they can't just escape no matter what. There's a Reaper side to kill them. Lots and lots of sustain for the lane. You know one of the supports who's going to be in that lane. Neither of them fully threaten you as Necro because there's no reliable stun like you were mentioning. Although I worry about this though, because this is like contingent on the rest of the team doing really well. Like they still don't have like damage in and of themselves on the side of Hellbear Smashers until a little bit later on the Morphling.
So I've seen this Necrophos of Hellbear Smashers into the Axe before, where the idea is, you know, you pick a bunch of heroes that if they get initiated upon by the Axe, the Axe is not going to spin a lot because there's not going to be a lot of attack speed. But Necrophos here into a support duo that already deals a lot of magic damage.
Anti-mage.
And now the anti-mage, yeah, this is... That hurts.
That is... Ooh, that's a rough anti-mage game. Okay, so Necrophos is hating life, Morphling's hating life, Winter Wyvern's hating life. To some degree. Oh gosh, what do you do now? So you have one pick left, right? The Rasmus Necrophos is the most likely option. He doesn't really threaten the anti-mage in lane. with having access to the blink and no reliable disable in the lane, there's no way they actually kill AM.
I was gonna say, Albert Smashers need an Ursa here, and then boom, banned out. Okay, never mind. What do you do instead versus AM? Troll Warlord gone now as well. Yeah, that's the two big ones. And Monkey King and Jug are already out. Like, what I'd normally say about an anti-mage is that you want to out-tempo him. This is one of the few carries that's left that's like a 3-item timing hero. People stopped doing that even on the PA, right? PA used to be 3-item timing hero as well. It's like, no, we're quitting the Battle Fury stuff. We're just doing Deso BKB now because otherwise we're too slow. Anti-mage still needs Battle Fury, Manta, +1. Anytime. So you can outpace it, but this is a Morphling. A Morphling wants Manta Skadi E-Blade. So
it's not like you're playing
not
with
going to outpace him.
It's not like you're playing with the axe yourself in the offlane, right? To create some of that pace for you. You're playing with Necro now. So there's no forward advance, there's no rush from the game that other smashers can try and force onto the anti-mage. There's also very little catch. The one catch they'll have is Winter Wyvern Curse, Reaper's Scythe, Clockwork Hook. Killing anti-mage from those spells, guaranteed throughout this game, going to be very, very difficult. Highly unlikely is nearby heroes for a curse. Very unlikely to find them low on damage for the Reaper Scythe and DP. Ugh, it's lovely. Love this hero. How does this get to last pick?
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
Because she's not Magic Burst, and that's what Helper Smashers have been taking out to protect the Morph. Like, maybe
It's
we can do a
simply
switch base to the Morph.
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
And pick something tempo-y, like a, I don't know, a DK overall limit? I have no idea.
Drow Ranger.
Oh.
And that's not it.
Safe Flame Drow. Safe Flame Drow versus AM Axe. It's not like they're playing this into Spectre, but there are still ways for this Drow to get reached. Mirana has the Moon Knight Shadow still available. ET Scouting is fairly decent at finding this hero in the backlines of the fight. I don't know about this Drow Ranger. I think that they wanted maybe a hero that's a little bit tankier, that can actually fight versus the AM. Now, if she ever gets gone on, it feels really difficult for Hellbear Smashers because they're like the only save they have is Cold Embrace. I don't know about this Drow. I don't know about this. How do you feel? How do you feel about this?
I don't know either. Like, I can see the dual core thing here as alright. The anti-mage likes it when he has really only one core to fight, you know? You blow somebody up, and then after that you sort of clean up whoever's left. Now, if he focuses Morphling, he's not going to be focusing Ace. If he focuses Ace, he's not going to be focusing the Morphling. The question is either of them going to get enough farm that it matters that he can't focus them yet? Or are they just going to be tickling him while he kills the other guy?
That's the thing I'm worried about. That's the thing I'm worried about.
Yeah.
You know, like, doesn't actually make a difference. This feels complicated. I am worried and concerned about Hellbear Smashers, and I'm worried and concerned about us kids. You know why? Because we came into this getting our hearts set on a third game, prepared for it. Now it's looking like Viking have a very comfortable game to play, in the sense that if Hellbear Smashers are to win, they're the ones that are going to have to make things happen on the map. Cool stuff has to come out of them. It's a very straightforward game from Viking. Hellbear Smashers have to be the one that sort of switch things up to get this W. This Drow Ranger, very risky proposition, but see if they can do it, kids.
Yeah, I mean, they have some protection. They definitely have a clockwork to get in the way of any sort of jump. They can peel off of the Drow Ranger in that way. The Winter Wyvern, of course, with some of the protection. Then again, like, a Cold Embrace will set you up for stomps and arrows in this game. It feels rough. They gotta win these lanes really hard, and then the game is going to take quite a while anyway.
That's the thing, the main issue, right? So the fact that there's no quick way for them to win the game on Hellbear Smashers. So despite having this Drow that doesn't really increase their tempo on the map, does give more damage to the Morphling, but still Viking. The issue for me as well is this ET. Celery feels like this game is going to be incredible for him on this Elder Titan. Just the ability to also keep the vision scouting throughout the entirety of the fight. Always be able to threaten Morphling from afar. There's no dogs here in this game, so very often we might even see the Clockwork prioritizing killing Celery first, or trying to, just because of the threat he's going to represent to both Morph and Necro. Because you were talking about all this magic damage. The magic damage amplification with the DP last pick means that this Necrophos does not really have the easiest time moving around this fight. So despite them banning out all these huge magical burst heroes, there's still a lot of sustained magical damage to deal with. That Cold Embrace will not be good enough by itself to help you through.
You're completely on the money here, by the way, with this Clockwork pick was 100% intended to counter the Elder Titan, both in the lane, where ET can't really go blow for blow with the other melee support, like the enemy melee support, even though that's really what you normally want to do with ET. You're just going to get run down with the battery assault, and then yeah, later on, Gilgear can and will cancel some of these Earth Splitters, some of these stomps in this game, but if he does that, then he's not going to be available to save the Drow. It's the execution from Hellbear Smashers has to be so tight this game.
Let's see if he can live up to his name here in game number 2. The last opportunity available to get yourself into ESL 1 2021. Bombing out the lane. Be helped out by Tofu on his Drow, Kezu on his Axe, Aramis. We've seen this lane fairly often from the side of Viking GG, so we know that they fairly do quite well, and there's always kill threat from them. We should pay attention in a couple of minutes. Mid lane, Stormer versus Boom. Oh, paid farm, boring lane. Whatever. Nothing happened, yeah.
This is what I like about not doing official casts, by the way. You can just say that instead of having to make something up.
Like, nothing happens in this lane. It's like, oh, okay, I'm gonna hit these creeps. And then I'm gonna siphon you. And I'm gonna hit these other creeps. And the Crypt Storm. Yeah. We'll come back to something actually takes place.
I have seen Morphlings accidentally die. Like, they get low, they forget that the Death Prophet might take a level in silence, or maybe they just literally walk in front of the Crypt Storm and they do an oopsie. I'd rather not see it. So how about we just indeed not look in the mid lane and pretend that there's no chance of that happening.
Top lane, the fun lane, I think, because we're gonna get to see these two beefy supports, Celery, fighting against Gilga. Two of them should just try to make space for their two laners. But I think Rasmus and Shad don't really want to be in each other's faces. Rasmus tries to harass out Shad, but Shad, I think you rush the Ring of Health in this lane, and once you get Ring of Health, you're A-okay. You don't have to worry anymore.
Yeah, the damage block from the Vanguard is going to be so good as soon as he gets it as well.
Aggressive blink forward, looking for Rasmus. Lots of damage came from Celery. Did get the Spirit through, but Gilga with the Battery Assault. This spell, yeah, it's honestly astonishing how good it is at level 1. So, prevents Rasmus from dying, keeps him alive, and makes sure that this lane can still go in favor of Hellbear Smashers.
I mean, the best part about Battery Assault, in my opinion, is that it more than doubles
gameplay right there.
in usefulness. Sorry, for the second level.
What? Okay, how is that fair? Alright.
It's really sport life versus Clockwork, man.
Oh, game is hard. Game is hard. Battery Assault, good spell. Duration, forever. I feel like a scaling duration makes sense, but every time I see it at level 1, I'm like, come on, man. That's too long. Like you said, it's gonna become more effective once he does hit level 2 on it, but for now, it has been effective enough to secure them the first blood. Make sure that Rasmus has a decent time in this lane, is now level 3, so never really be bothered again. The opportunity to kill him is now past, and Gilga, as long as he stays top, will be able to continue to harass Celery out of the lane and not allow Shad to get free farm here.
And that's really going to make this lane for the duo in top in general. Like, if this is any other support with the Necrophos, he'd be suffering from that anti-mage right now, but fortunately for him, the Elder Titan can basically only pull right now. Good
times. I'm sure Gilga is much happier to be playing this hero instead of the young hoodwinked. Good time. Must be enjoyed. Ace down bottom. Gonna put some pressure potentially out onto Kezu. Arctic Burn was used by Tofu, but gonna be used to secure some denies here in the lane. Potentially get rid of the battle hunger. And this is also a pretty boring lane as well. So very similar to game 1 where we're gonna not have many kills in the earlier portions of the map. And for Hellbear Smashers, that's a really bad look for them because I feel like for them to really feel good in this game, you'd ideally want to depress the potential of Vikings lanes. It would require a kill or two, but the heroes, the only lane that really kills is top. I don't really see a kill happening bottom between Axe and Mirana. The kill's probably not going to happen middle with the Morphling versus DP, so now that puts a little bit of extra pressure back onto Gilga. Despite being able to secure a decent lane between him and Rasmus, you're going to feel under more pressure to make sure it's better than decent. Because right now, it's decent, but Shad's also getting all his CS, so he doesn't really care.
Like, ideally, you'd either want to be able to leave Rasmus alone here. Beautiful cogs, look at that.
Might kill Celery here. Still alive. Eventually takes over. That was lovely. Alright. Exactly what we needed, right?
Yeah, because he has to say, right? If he leaves, Rasmus is immediately going to suffer. So this is the most important thing you can have right now. So that means that you're not shutting down the one tempo hero on mid, which is Boom. He's going to get active with that exorcism anytime soon. And in the meantime, Ace is taking a lot of damage from this Mirana, which means that you're also not stopping off Kezu, which is the other tempo hero.
Kezu's getting everything that he wants on the axe. Level 4 Vanguard en route, so let the creep skipping shenanigans begin. Let's go, baby, let's go, let's do it. And they really can't bother him until they at least have level 6, but probably even more. Ace doesn't really do all that much damage and needs to be concerned with his own farm at this point in the game. So Kezu, early Blink Dagger is something we should be seeing from the... Look how little damage Ace does now, even with the cold arrow.
The worst part here is that Ace, also a ranged hero, does not deal very well with last hitting under tower. He's going to take so much damage from the creeps. He's going to have trouble last hitting versus that tower with his frankly garbage animation. So that's I mean, I'm saying that as if he's going to get creeps, but Kezu has been keeping these two radiant heroes so busy that I think 2 entire dire waves have been denied on this stacked camp here, and now Kezu's just going to take it.
Worst case scenario in the game humanly possible. They lose Rasmus while Gilgar is still in the lane. You were mentioning about the punish potential from Viking GG onto Rasmus should Gilgar ever leave, but getting the kill while he's still here, this is terrible. And to make matters worse, the fact that they get this kill pre-level 6 on Rasmus, but now Shad is gonna have level 6 on the anti-mage, means that it's suddenly possible for this kill to happen again. So if they don't get a massive advantage back in the opposite direction, Hellbear Smashers, you were mentioning that the advantage gained on bottom, but disadvantage lost for Hellbear. Game is looking super hard here in the early game. And yet again, just like game 1, pre 8 minutes, 1k gold lead for Viking, just from pure farm in the lanes.
Nobody's even roamed right now. Normally we would have seen 2 heroes from Viking mid at the 6-minute mark ready to take one of those runes, but the supports from Hellbear Smashers just haven't had any chance to threaten mid whatsoever. Hasn't really been any kill opportunities over on the Morphling, of course. So Viking just was like, well, fine, we'll just win both of these side lanes really hard.
Morphling now has more pressure to do a lot of work on himself. Now though, after they pop the ghost, Boom will be satisfied with the amount of damage it did to the tier 1. The next time that he goes for that move, gonna be just as a Siege Dragon wave is coming in middle, so that's gonna guarantee the T1 falling, make things quite a lot easier for Viking. You always feel really happy, right? Often when you see these Death Prophet getting active with the ghost, he's going into other lanes, but this is the best of both worlds. You get to push down middle while still getting effective free farm here. So you're keeping pace with the Morphling while also putting out all this pressure.
Yeah, and you can really see here that the Morph has no ways to de-push this if the Death Prophet uses her waves to push it out. As on top.
Then we see engagement going out. Celery will find himself getting taken down. Huge there for the Hellbear Smashers. Able to make sure that they are able to take down Celery. And the kill itself going into the hands of Rasmus. They're going to take some revenge here as Aramis. Get the jump in with the arrow. Gilga very low on HP. Shad has not have Mana Void available, but with one more right click from Aramis, it's enough to get the kill, but Gilga's his own life. Rasmus will take that any day of the week. 2 kills picked up for the price of 1. Hashtag worth. Hashtag worth. Hashtag worth.
Yeah, that's good efficiency right there. Sorry, I'm just fighting a cat here who thinks that I'm Shiva. I'm sorry, I'm only discount Shiva, guys. She's having a well-earned break after a very, very long DPC season, so you'll have to make it.
Nope. No discount Shiva. This is the perfect version of Kipso. Unfortunately, you know, you're falling prey to the whole thing of, oh, one woman, all of y'all look the same. All y'all sound the same, man.
But we both have Dutch accents. We are both over
How
6 feet tall.
Dare you? How dare you have similar demographics? What the hell is wrong with you, Kips? What's up with
I
you?
know, right? I mean, I was actually kind of disappointed when I met Shiva for the first time. I'm like, oh fuck, she is taller than me.
Damn it!
Nobody is taller than me.
You're not even the tallest woman in the scene. What the hell is happening? What the hell is happening?
Right? And the problem is, of course, that she's so lovely that I can't even be salty about it.
So you're not gonna spend time at night thinking like, okay, if I try to shave her legs, if I cut her down somehow, I'll be a little bit taller.
Well, so here's the thing. If that was actually possible, I've had several short friends over the years who I've immediately promised, like, 5 centimeters here, 5 centimeters there. You get some. I would not be nearly as tall as Shiva if that was a possibility.
New form of Dota 2. Instead of betting MMR, bet your height. So see now, boom. The unforced finishes. Shortest queue ever. Yeah, blink dagger on Kezu. I'm gonna reveal this middle. Stormstormer. Be careful, mate. Be careful, mate. He didn't get off the morph. Oh, he did. Okay, he's fine. There's gonna be a huge hook shot coming in with 2 heroes caught in these power cogs. Both Kezu as well as Boom. Kezu, though, able to get the kill onto Clockwork, will still end up losing his life. Ace there with the damage from the Drow Ranger, throwing in the multi-shot. So Kezu does take a tumble. Beautiful hook shot. Beautiful initiation from Hellbear Smashers. Good fight from them to stop the blink initiation from the axe. Nice movement as well from Stormstormer. Ready with the morph. Doesn't end up dying.
That was absolutely great anticipation. If they knew how long Kezu had been off map. This, however, is a little bit of a bonus skill.
It's fine. If they lose a tier 1, okay, it's not so fine. But they actually might now. Okay, this is not fine. This is not fine. Never mind. This is not fine. This sucks. This was bad.
They got an axe skill out of defending it the first time. Like, the problem is really that this mid tower was as good as dead when the first exorcism did this much damage to it. The game really just got moving too late for Hellbear Smashers for them to be able to actually bring in anyone that could deep push the Death Prophet. It is what it is. They're just going to have to get the trade elsewhere, and right now, with Ace taking down the top tower, at the very least they have some space to work with.
Although, in order for them to get that fight, Ace did have to port middle to supply additional damage, as well as Shad. And the anti-mage was not really concerned with that, was getting more net worth for himself. Things did become a bit rougher for him in the top lane, but with the Securum, the tier 1 tower bottom, Battle Fury very, very nearby, the AM can still be unbothered. It doesn't seem like, for now, because he's so far away from the rest of the team, it's not really in Hellbear Smasher's best interest if they also want to secure these actual objectives on the map to continue just hunting him. But you see a hookshot now going middle. They want to get this kill and lead into a T1. Do they have the damage here? Ace out with the gust, and they also throw in the Reaper side. Bye-bye! Rasmus eliminates Boom from the game. No Death Prophet for the next 40 seconds.
Very, very, very nicely done. And now Viking, they might look for an initiation here. Kezu. They're just gonna threaten.
Let's get his blink disabled, but I don't think they'll be able to actually stop this. Too much damage between Ace and Stormstormer. T1 tower will go down. Stormstormer. Yasha was the first overall pick, so that does explain the absurd amount of damage coming in. Attack speed boost as well from the drought, making it a lot easier. And still, because they can't involve the anti-mage, Hellbear Smashers are taking advantage of this fact by pressing the numerical advantage. Even if they might not feel as individually strong as they'd like, they know that as a unit, Chad can't actually jump into them just yet, so game still goes positively at this point. Hey, Chit91. Shout out. Thanks for the subscription. Thank you. Thank you, Chit. Thank you, Chit. You're getting us closer to the goal, comrade. I really do appreciate it.
So as for this video game here right now, like the problem is I think that Hellbear Smashers Viking maybe not tanky enough to survive for a long enough time to actually allow Shad to come in and dunk on somebody. These engagements so far have been very short. Either somebody's immediately dead, gets dunked by Kezu, or gets dunked by Rasmus, or both teams back off.
Kezu, 2 heroes caught with the call, arrow onto the Morphling, jump onto the Ace. Oh my goodness, Stormstormer and Ace both dead. Kezu, big blink core. How on earth is that even possible? The 2 most important heroes on the Hellbear Smashers lineup in the most vulnerable part of the map getting brought down, and now they pop the Ghost. They're beseeching for more. They will be able to find the call onto the Clockwork. Unfortunately, because Ghosts were active, the Winter's Curse will not really do anything to prevent the clock from dying. Enables Tofu to escape. But Viking GG, oh, what a time to be alive. That is the perfect time to get the call, perfect time for these Ghosts.
Well, you know what? If Kezu dunks him this fast, then yeah, there is no need for Shad to come in afterwards and dunk on somebody again. They're already 2 dead.
They're waiting for more. Shad wants to get involved this time around though. It's gonna be a core bottom. Woof! Damn.
The base you go.
Damn. Damn. Okay. Ouch. That's all we say.
Ay, caramba.
Pain and suffering now for the Hellbear Smashers, and they've just lost a massive amount of foothold in the entire game. They also know that it's very likely this area of the map is warded, but they can't really afford to let it go either because they have to protect it against the next Roche. We see they're jumping onto Rasmus. They bring him down. Aramis. Aramis Marana. Good times.
Definitely. Yeah, I think that was a bit of a... Rasmus here is definitely buying space, and this is expensive space. Space comes at a premium right now. It's like he's trying to build a house. They're not gonna let you.
EA space.
But he... Because otherwise this happens. Oh no!
And there they get the jump Morphling. Stormstormer. Getting caught by Kezu. How?
That is some illegal gameplay right there.
Alright, so if it's the Necrophos by himself forward, buying that space, it is what it is. But Morphling, the tier 1 tower gone in the top lane, very far afield. Finds himself getting brought down. Viking GG with Kezu, and he might be on the hunt again. They've got the core. Rasmus in danger. Core, arrow connection. Do they have the damage? Spirit Vessel to follow this up and dunked once more. One by one. They all fall to the axe, and Kibbs.
Right,
What is happening?
How the Smashers? They're falling apart.
Like, the Smashers, they were bringing in 3 extra people there, right? That was supposed to be a bait. But Viking just kill him, like, they just yank the bait off of the hook and swim away with it. It's like, thanks for the free fish, suckers.
At this point, it feels like they're not just taking the bait, but they're taking your arm with it. And you are now the snack. Viking GG.
That's more like it, yeah. What bait? We just taking your entire kit with us.
Bait is the whole boat. They're like, this looks delicious. Boom takes the tier 2 bottom. They grab an outpost. Not even 20 minutes in. They have an almost 10k gold lead. Experience closing in on the 15k mark. And to make matters worse, look at this net worth, right? Then Morphling, he's right now underneath even the DP. The only item that he has in his inventory is Yasha and Ultimate Orb, not even a full Manta. So all the damage is coming from Ace, who has now Yasha, Dragon Lance. That's it. All of these heroes feel so gimped. So you were mentioning earlier that one of the few things that was going in Hellbear Smashers' favor was the speed at which they were able to actually find targets the few times they did get kills. But now that's not going to be a possibility. So these Viking heroes are out leveling you, they're out farming you. Everyone's so much bigger that the mediocre damage that you have is not really going to threaten them in the fight.
Completely agree with that. There's a BKB coming up on the Death Prophet. She's not going to be a target anymore. The Axe is actually finishing up a Manta style. So even though the build of the Shard Manta style got significantly nerfed, he's just going for it anyway. Screw it.
Speaking of going for it, Halbert smashes. Trying to take the ultimate risk right here. Rolling the dice for a Roshan, thinking that this might be the only way back into the game at this point. Rasmus, he's checking out on top. There's a dangerous position for the Necro to be in. Gilga tanks the arrow. Don't really want to initiate onto him. There's going to be the cold embrace. They're de-warding. Stormstormer is slowly but surely doing this, and Ace is also here, but this is very risky. They can scout with the spirit for free. And once they realize this, Hellbear Smashers are like, yeah, let's get out. It's so crazy that not only can you get this free scout, but it actually presents a threat of setting up a fight every single time. So the moment it comes out, Celery by himself zoning the entire Hellbear Smashers away from the pit.
Exactly, and throughout it all you can see that Chad's not really bothered. He's just still farming. He knows that if Hellbear Smashers want to commit enough people into the pit to bring Roche down fast, they're going to get stomped. So they're gonna do it slowly, so he has all of the time in the world.
Slowly but surely, wait for the Scotty. Battle Fury Manta for him. Feels no. I mean, this is the perfect anti-mage game, right? You're 1-0-1, 20 minutes in. Life is so good. Playing PvE Dota right now. You're like newbie after winning TI, just playing that MMO, having a good time, enjoying life.
Absolutely. He's just chilling, and he's threatening the bot racks as well. If he feels like it right now. He's gonna move back because he doesn't see too many people, but you can bet, yep, your bottom dollar that he's gonna go for it. He's got a Manta style. They can't really lock him down right now, especially not now that the Winter's Curse on solo targets doesn't lock people for long anymore. You don't have enough time to TP.
They're also gonna smoke up to try and take the fight to force them not to TP home. Yoga, the first target doesn't get brought down by the core just yet. Spirit Vessel out onto him. It's gonna do enough damage with the Starfall to get the kill. Winter's Curse was already used. Boom with the BKB Exorcism flying forward to try and bring down Ace. Ace doesn't manage to TP out. Duels into the air. He's certainly gonna end up losing his life here. Spirit Siphon, Ghost, more than enough damage to kill the Draw Ranger. They finally do port home with some of these heroes, but now you have to deal with the Shad Anti-Mage who took the tier 3 tower in the meantime, and now back out on top, Rasmus will end up losing his life. And Shad just blinks away from Stormstormer and Tofu. Takes the tier 3, they literally get away with murder. Viking GG can fight 4v5, guarantee victory in the fight, and still open up space for the Roshan.
That's pretty incredible. And now?
Free bonus. Okay, that's a clockwork that's down. He did buyback, like you mentioned, so dieback clockwork. 1 whole minute without the clock, and that's actually pretty significant. Without clockwork, you can't actually take fights. He is so necessary to protect the Drow Ranger. If he's dead, there's no also way to jump into the Roshan pit without Morphling actually risking his own life. So that's going to be a free Aegis going the way of Viking.
How is that allowed? Shad just gets a double damage rune as well, just to add insult to injury. They're coming. They're trying anyway. They know they've basically already lost if they lose this Roshan.
14k gold lead, can they? No one. Who can go in? No one can go in. Hezu. Guess he finds the jump onto Erasmus. This is even worse than not going in at all. They lose him. Echo Stomp on the high ground. Also caught both Morphling and Winter Wyvern, and a huge Winter's Curse. Not going to be available because Shad there with an even bigger Mana Void to burst through the Morphling. Ending this game. Ace is also taken out, and they just call it GG, well played. Woo! Viking. Damn. Damn.
You know, these guys have been going for how many maps straight now? Was this their 6th game?
6th
and it's like they're
map.
only up.
Wow. Actually, no, wait. This is their 6th win because in the series you were doing in Pinnacle, right? They went 2-1 against Extremo, and then
True,
yeah.
Extremo was the first one.
So then this is their 7th game, 6th win in a row. Crazy.
He's good. And what the thing about this game, I think in the draft, by the time that Ace pick comes out, we already know that it's going to be such a hard one. They don't have a playmaker on their off lane. They're really leaning on this Stormstormer morph. And then because the anti-mage pick is so good versus these two, they are forced to pick up a counter, but this is such a greedy way of doing it. Like, and the draw is not even counters that much to the anti-mage if you don't get any farm up. Like, you're just going to get jumped. He got nothing to do this game.
I mean, it speaks to itself what you're saying, because Ace didn't even end up dealing 5,000 damage in the game. Actually, the least damage dealt of any hero in the entire game from the Drow Ranger. Couldn't really participate. Unfortunately, there's just too much. And I think, like you mentioned, right, there's just too much for everyone to do. It requires the game to be absolutely perfect. There's no room for error. There's no room for any move not working out 100%. Gilga has to find every single hookshot perfectly. If the hookshot misses, or if he doesn't find the right target, the fight effectively just ends immediately afterwards. And I think the game starts to turn, because I also think Hellbest Smashers didn't do themselves any favors, because they felt off. And where it started, that call from Axe on the high ground, catching both Morph and the Drow. Oof. That hurts. That hurts. Honestly, after that, I would have called GG in my mind, but they probably were like, we can do it. But you can see they were sort of playing like, yeah, we're done now. It's over.
That was, I mean, and especially after how they got caught with 2 cores twice in the Mars arena in the previous game, but now you know what? Kezu has gone to the next level. It's like this circle is way smaller. He still gets 2. It's Kezu was all this game.
Yo, remember that period of time where he catches Necro mid, then he catches Morph top, then he catches Necro top again, just by himself. Yeah, Kezu, MVP award, definitely Kezu. Might not have that many kills on the board, fairly kill light game, but whew, what a performance from Kezu. This Axe really pulled through, and Viking, they've done it. They unfortunately were a bit more dominant than we wanted. We want them to sandbag a little bit, allow Hellbest Smashers to take us to game 3, but they were too good on the day, and they get the 2-0. And now they're in the close qualifiers, who they play against Tundra, Team Unique, and I don't know if the other game is finished yet. From what you saw here today, PugChamp, right, against those other 3 teams, what do you think about their chances based on these games from Viking?
They've been on the up and up for the past couple of weeks, and the same for PugChamp, by the way. So yeah, I think that especially Unique has to watch out here. This is not going to be easy for them at all. PugChamp has been nipping at their heels for quite a while. Tundra looks very stable right now. I really like the addition of Snake to that roster, and I think they are going to be a lot harder to take down. But I think either of the 2 teams that made it through the opens right now can definitely make it past Unique.
Going to be a scary bracket. Only one of those 4 teams will emerge victorious, qualify for the main tournament. There's no second chances, no other qualifiers. This is it. And worse than the DPC. We'll see how it goes for them. So congratulations to Viking for today. And we'll be seeing them tomorrow and hope that the journey does go well and see how far they can take it. But for tonight, we're done. We're finished. And we're going to close out the stream. Thank you so much, everybody, for joining us. Kipso, thank you so much for blessing us, for gracing us. By far the most knowledgeable person to have ever been on the stream. So thank you for being out here.
Thank you so much for having me. Thank you everyone for tuning in as well. This has been a lot of fun. It's nice to just have some casual casts in between all of the serious work. And let's do it again sometime, shall we?
Yes, definitely. She's speaking about a lot of the serious casts. Make sure that you are following her on Twitter, because she's involved, plugged into the scene at this point. It's pretty great to see. You love to see it. And in the meantime, we're done. Follow the stream if you haven't already. Please ensure that you are supporting. Make sure that you are either subscribed, a patron on Patreon, or you can just make a young one-time donation through PayPal. Thank you so much for everybody who has supported today. Thank you so much for giving us your time and your support. Kipso, thank you for your knowledge. Everybody, thank you for your love. I'll see you tomorrow. We finished the Viking journey. We've already come this far. Let's see if they can make it all the way through. So tomorrow, same time, we'll continue with some more.
Take us so far, broken down heart, like strung out old stars. Plain talking served us so well. We traveled through hell.